Yes. Let's take it down. Recording. Topic emotion. Minutes didn't reconnect. And when I got the phone back, and please forgive that whole inconvenience. And I know I don't like to leave it that way. And, but I some people like that, especially when we're talking. Y'all need to go to work, go to sleep, whatever y'all need to do what, I mean, um, to be able to do so, at least don't let me get in the way of your sleep. If you having to get up and go to work in the morning, the videos will be here for you to listen back at it. But if you're joining, I love you and thank you. I know there's people all around the world, um, listening to me and another time zone as well. Still trying to make sure I'm in direct with this because every time I say a time or something, my child looks at me and say, Mama. That's not what time it is. You need to adjust your clock. But nevertheless, let's let's find the broadcast. So as I'm saying, while I'm waiting, let me clear these things up. The Lord brought before my attention. Um, when I first was getting ready to start the broadcast back, that let me make this very clear. As far as my cars are concerned, both my cars I paid for are not in debt. The car that I drive is not an old car. It is, yeah, it's not an old car, but it is paid for. I do not have debt. I do not preach that. I do not believe in debt. Um, oh, before you try to go narrate my life within the hours of time hearing the testimony and what I'm saying, do understand, even with the situation that I was just telling you about, it was established. It was a place and a time that God put me in a person's life for him and what he needed at that time. So, like I said, when you hear certain things, and even with I didn't heard that by way as well, um, the up and coming um, man thinks that my ex is yada yada yada. He has no right to think that my ex is nothing because that's not his business. And I'm probably sure that I would think that whoever he was with, since he's being single again, obviously there wasn't no, or it didn't work out in some sort of state or manner. Nevertheless, that's his life. That is just like it's my life. And that's not something that I would recommend to go into a fresh relationship inside a relationship with. Because what a person had to go through in their life is what they had to go through. Had you not went through a divorce, or had you not went through bankruptcy, or had you not went through the maybe depression, or whatever it was that you had to go through, I may not have come across you in the time that God wanted us to, because even with us meeting, there's something that you have that's going to be intricate for my life, and there's something about me that God has put me in place for purpose that's going to be intricate in your life. Amen. So, in those times and cycles in our life, we do understand sometimes they run out and sometimes people neglect to grow. That's not a stamp on you. And that's what some of y'all don't think that just because a person left or you confirmation, you hand this stuff out, abandon you and they drug you, they treated you wrong. See, it's about your perspective. If you learn how to shift your perspective in the way, it's not like you are submerging things that you don't feel, that you don't understand what happened, and when you're going through life with a false narrative. And no, it happened, but there was a purpose behind what happened. Did it happen to you, or did it happen for you? I live my life in a way to understand purpose for me. That it didn't happen to me, it happened for me to wake up, for me to learn a lesson, for me to be who I am today, to get to where I am today. Had I not went through all the things that I went through, I wouldn't be the woman I got, the woman, the mother, the sister, the daughter, the preacher, the person, or whatever that I am today. All of that took, apparently, through God's ability to see what it would take. And that wasn't just through God. We are oftentimes are taught they say, well, oh, God did this and this just, and I had to go through this. No, some things we did to ourselves. And we just be real. Some things we did to ourselves. Boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, money, all that kind of stuff. We done did some crazy things, some foolish things, but to be honest. And that's what this whole thing is. That you learn how to be honest with yourself. Once you maintain that ability to be honest with yourself and be truthful with yourself, you'll be surprised how everything else in your life starts to align. Because now you are working unilaterally with God to bring your purpose to unfold in a way that is meaningful. But if you go through life and having a false perception of yourself and thinking, because some of us do, I stated that earlier before I hit that off, about my grandmother been teaching me how to value my money, teaching me just because we provide these things for you, understand we had to work. Nobody gave these things to us. We had to work and work hard. My grandmother, my grandfather was a college educated man. I think a couple of times over. He was very smart. He was very wise. He was a working class man. My grandmother, however, hear me clearly, with a fifth grade education, she still had more money than him. Oh! With a fifth grade education, hear what I'm saying? And she was a maid. She was working for rich people. When she came from her birthplace, I think it was Georgia, and it was behooving to me. And how they find each other, I don't know. But their relationship said a lot, and it had a lot to do with how I look at relationships when it comes to marrying for money, um, boundaries, certain things that women do today that take them down a slippery slope, so to speak. I was a child that was very wise, and I always watched everything. I watched everything. I was very, very quiet, very said anything. I always observed everything. I grew up and into, even with family and friends and stuff, that people would come to me if they wasn't for sure about people. They would, because it was something about me that they, I don't know, they trusted it. And when I would see people, I would automatically say, mm-mm, or they could tell the look on my face or whatever. I think earlier, well, yesterday, something had came about, and so this unknown lady had approached us, and my uncle was sitting out talking to me. He was laughing about the older days when we were growing up, and he was just explaining. He was like, I remember my mama didn't. let me go nowhere without you and my sister. And he was like, everywhere I went, I had to take y'all. And we was laughing because there was certain scenarios that came up. We was trying to hop over the go over the bridge to get to the home, because grandmama was gonna be mad at us for being late. So they delayed the time, but there was a storm coming. She told us to leave the pool, and my uncle is my mom. He's my mom's brother, but they are older than I am. And my aunt that passed away was his sister, and I was a little girl, so he had me on the bicycle, y'all. He had me on the bicycle, and he just riding, I'm a little girl. So next thing you know, we was going over the bridge, and over that bridge, when you go up the bridge, he didn't get off the bicycle and walk the bicycle up there. He was humping, like trying to pedal the bicycle up there. So I was on it, and my aunt was behind us. And as soon as we got like midway to the bridge, y'all, the storm beat us to where we was trying to get to. And the funny thing is, had my aunt had a frozen cup. My aunt had a frozen cup, and the the water up under the bridge. You know how the waves get they get the crash and the big thing, and the water get high and whatever. So she froze her frozen cup. We stopped like in the middle waves of the bridge, and you can see the storm where the sky was getting dark and it was all the rain and stuff. It was just rushing towards us in the wind. And I'm this little old thing. I'm only five something now. So you can imagine I was just little girl. And my uncle, he like real tall, he like six something. And my auntie, she's only four something in stature even when she was grown. So it's like we on a bridge. And Unc said, we're gonna get we got to go. And Unc was going over the bridge, y'all, and he just humping the thing. And guess where I ended up? On the tire. On the tire. Bounced my little butt right off the seat of the bicycle on the tire. So that's what forced Unc to have to stop. And then they looked over the bridge at the water when we had got midway on the hill part of it or whatever. So my aunt said she had cussed, right? And she threw the frozen cup that she was eating over the bridge. And the frozen cup bounced back and popped her in the eye. We laughed. That's what we was laughing about. Cause that was crazy. It was crazy. It's like the water, the sea, the river, whatever you want to call it, literally threw that thing back and popped her in her eye. And we laughed for so many years about what had happened. So anyway, what I was saying is don't make false judgments based off of certain things like that. And even when I share my testimony, I want to make this very clear. I have okay relationships with my children's father. Whatever we went through, what I'm talking about, these things happened years and years and years and years ago. I am now 40 something years old. We are no longer together, and I don't ever intend on being back with that person. Their other father passed away. Um, as far as their mothers and stuff are concerned, I made peace with our relationship as far as his mother is concerned. And as far as our relationship, I decided the last go round when I told you what happened with those terrorists, and it almost cost me to miss because I knew that I was supposed to have a child for my husband. But remember before when we met like 19, 20 years old, we already knew because it was prophesied to me that he was to be my husband. So my laboring with him had nothing to do with me being stuck. It had more to do with me honoring God with my life, and I didn't want to be disobedient to God and what He had spoke to me. So no, he couldn't get nothing past me. As a matter of fact, he was light years behind me. He was book smart, but I was street smart. I had a little bit of both. Amen. At the time when we had the kids, way before we met. So yes, my life started way before him. coming into that. I was his first love. Understand that. We had a lot of growing to do. We both did, even though I started life out way before him. We always had a close knit relationship when it came to communication. Um, he was like glue. He really was. There were certain things that understand this. You cannot blame him for some things. I'm not saying all things. Was he a fool in some instances? Yes, he was. So if the other person naturally thinks that, they can think what they want to think. But I would agree with that person. He lost the love of his life by listening to outsiders, especially his mother. So, but nevertheless, that's why I was learning, just like you had to go through learning as well. So that's why I say when I speak, I keep my heart pure. There's nothing that happened between us that I hold grudges. The only thing that I detest about the last situation with the tail readers and all that, it wasn't the tail readers' fault as well because like the product, like the situation with the old wise prophet or whatever, it was that situation, and I followed out from what they said about me and him reconciling, knowing that God told me to completely cut him off. So why would I go back because some old tarot reader and the word plainly tells me about astrology and all that and don't confirmation. But at that point my mind frame of me stepping out of church, stepping down from the pulpit and everything and saying, well, maybe this is a quicker way, maybe, because men not attracted to um say women. You see what I mean? So that was Satan within itself, from the tarot readers to that thought, to entrap me, try to ensnare me, which in the situation with, I think God said, and I can say it, that I had promised God that I would leave the option open for my husband and I to, if whether my husband had children or not, that he would have the option that if he desired a child or um, more children, that I would, because I lost my virginity at a young age. That was my promise to God that I would stay open to that commitment. That was something that I desired to give to my husband. If that is something that he wanted, as long as he's a faithful man and a faithful father to me and the child, because I didn't want to start over after my children now being grown and all that stuff. And it is posing a challenge the older I get and the longer it's taking for me to be married. This point, I'm really battling in between with my personal growth is to lean towards not wanting to be married. It's taken so long. It's been that long. So I kind of don't want to start over in that narrative. And I believe that that's what the enemy wants me to do. And it would be a disservice to me because I've never put myself, my past situations to make me think that I couldn't move on, that I couldn't know. It's not because of that at all. It's just the challenges that I see with a lot of, and that don't mean that that would be my challenge, but it's just that my patience as to being single now for so long, I've gotten comfortable with me and God. And I actually, sex, I guess, I really don't have to have a guy. I mean, so, so I think along the way, it's kind of funny, but I kind of think that my husband probably feels that way too. I think that he's probably at the point that he feels like he can really stretch himself to, you know, just be married because he desires it. But I don't think that, I think we're in that same place. I don't think he's in a rush because he feels like I feel that that's not, it can be a necessity if he wants to make it, but it's not. Some people think that they need a man or a woman, and some people understand that they desire a man or woman. So that's where we at. We desire, not necessarily need. Do that make sense? Okay. And thank you for joining. Thanks for being. I love y'all and all that. Hopefully, the thing don't cut off on us again. But nevertheless, I'm trying to get through this real fast. Um, But that's where I'm at with it. I don't sit down and generally think about those thoughts when you come together with a husband or spouse or whatever. I have to speak along that lines because a lot of people are going through that way. He gave me a ministry, a marriage ministry. Yeah, I've been talking about the same subject for years, believe me. So if you just coming into or was looking into me, wanting to pursue me, you think that, oh, because I'm a prophet and I pick up certain things, a lot of things that y'all think I should know and y'all thoughts and stuff like that, there's nothing strange here, but do understand, since the beginning of, for I've discerned me preaching, I've been preaching about love. I've been knowing prophecy when I first got saved, as an adult, serving God faithfully. He had already prophesied to me within like the second year that my husband was coming. So just think about that. That's been over 20 years. Um, that my husband was coming. And I prayed where my child's father was concerned, children's father was concerned, because I was now outgrowing him. He wasn't adapted to change. He was still in a childish mentality. I didn't want that. He was still being dictated by his mother. I didn't want that. He still had a friend group, which I didn't desire to be around. Um, and he was like a little edgy. There was places about him which that's what God put me in his life for, because he was to bring a change into his family. Well, he went another route. So therefore I had to make a conscious decision. I wasn't intending, I wasn't going to let him drag me down that line. So we prayed and we made a decision. Um, because I told him we couldn't be sleeping together and doing certain things, staying together and stuff like that. If I'm going to be in with God, if I was going to serve God, he went through a moment and then he came back. He repented to God and he thought about it because he was mad. He thought I abandoned him. I abandoned him. I left him for God. There were certain things I knew about him and his mom's relationship and his dad's relationship. There was a lot of me being considerate of how he felt and his growth where it was, and not going to scorn him as being him being a first time parent, because our baby girl would be his first child, and was his only child. I don't know what he's doing now. Anyways, um, when I got pregnant with the second child, which that happened with the cheerleaders and stuff, and I had to pray myself with that situation concerned, because I didn't want to go into a repeat cycle situation, relationship, or nothing with him. I did not. Not because of hate, not because of we didn't get along. We always had this. People did not understand that. People, some people from back in the day used to think that me and him would always be together. That they would see us at some point, even when we were separate. They would say, I've always thought that y'all, I just always see y'all together. I just, y'all look, you know how they say couples look good on paper, or they just look good together or whatever. It was one of those scenarios. So I was able to more identify spiritually with what was taking place with us. That for me, it ended mentally and emotionally. I was detached long before he ever knew anything. But because God told me not to break his heart, I let the relationship extend way longer than it should have. And because I was thinking that if I did that, that then God was going to be upset with me because I was going to break his heart. You know what I mean? So I prayed and I said, God, I want, I knew the way it was going with him. And I knew that he was more interested, he inserted himself more into the girl's life the more he was connected to me. So I sacrificed in a way that I shouldn't have by basically tolerating our friendship and him being her dad and me being comfortable for sex was concerned. I did not want to have sex with other men. I just did not want to be one of those women with tagged by sleeping with a lot of men. So it was my decision. I wasn't a victim of anything. And as a matter of fact, the games that he tried to play, he'll tell you he learned those things from me. He said that you taught me what I know. He was very young. We were very young. And by me being streetwise, and I told him, when you get out there, all women are going to be like me. So I didn't leave him and set him up for failure. I actually did him a good service. I was very understanding and lovable when it came to him. And I was basically, you know how they say you can mold a man, and he's like that. He didn't have that relationship experience or anything. So there was a lot of things that he took and he grew. But it turned bad because his mama had this ideal mate that she was projecting on him that she never could achieve for herself. His daddy was a successful man as far as he retired from the military and he made very well for himself. He left her with him when he got the age of graduation. He graduated like a year, I think, before 18, and he was directly intended to go into the military because his dad had abandoned him and his mother. So by me knowing his wounds, it was very important that I didn't do that, make him feel as, because him being, I can say, he made it that I knew, even though I told him when I got pregnant with baby girl that I already had children, I wasn't expecting him to marry me or stay around because of her, that as long as he was in her life, I did not care. That's where we were at that point. He got on one knee in the middle of the road when his mom came. She met me. He conveyed to me that no, he would never. I was walking away from him when I said it. And oh my God, I don't know if he's on here or what, but it's bringing tears to my eyes, and I don't know why. Because I'm not connected to him like that in any form or fashion. But um, I know that it took a lot from his pride. He was raised like that. And I was I was sensitive with how he felt with his love for me, and I understood when he being his first love, that being his first child, he was still young. He was still just young in the military, trying to establish. He was very hurt by what his father did with his mother, and what most people don't know, the reason why he did a lot of things that he did, is because he was trapped into that, and he thought that he owed everything to his mom, and the way he saw me, and it scared him. You have to understand, he was a young man, he never experienced that. It scared him. And in so many ways, she put it to make him think that I was going to abandon him, that I was going to leave him. And he was thinking that he displayed it in so many ways when I would move on, that those other men, he would compare himself. And I used to always like reassure him that nobody takes that place. And he would think that he was too big, because that's why he got an honorable discharge from the military, because but he would think that, oh, she's into skinnier men, and if they're taller than him or slender built, he used to think that, and he used to verbalize it. And I used to say, I tried my best to make you, in all essence, feel like that man, but I understood that I had to let him go, that he had to grow as a man on his own. I could not cripple him by not. So my thing was, I told him, listen, I'm gonna follow God, and you can sort your raw edge. You can find out what is going to make you happy in life. You just might outgrow me. You know what I mean? I didn't hold him back for anything. I pushed him towards college when he got out of the military to keep on pressing in life, that he's not his father. It hurt him because he wanted to show his dad that he can be that man. And I knew what he was feeling. we knew when I lost my grandfather, and he catered to that area as a man for me. And he wanted me to know that he was going to be there for me. But I knew he was trying to live out what his daddy did. And it scared him. He started out pursuing me for marriage and everything. And I kept saying, we kept breaking up, make it up, break it up, make it up. I was ready, he was ready. He was ready, I was ready. Da 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 da. And it became like we got off. It's a way that in your relationship, if you don't, when God said there, that'll happen. It'll be like a misconnection. Because eventually y'all gonna grow. But my mind was set, I never wanted to be divorced. I didn't want that for my children, and I didn't want that for myself. So that made me confirmation a little slower about commitment, even though their fathers all proposed to me marriage, rings, the whole nine. Excuse me. Um, and I made the conscious decision. I always prayed when a man came into my life, and God showed me what was going to work and what was not going to work. Thank God. Um, and it took a while for me to get to the point that I didn't have to live societal norms. I didn't have to live what other people think. As a young girl, that because I had children somehow there had to be a man and all of these things, and I had to somehow take anything that their fathers did just for it to. That just wasn't happening. I just had, like I told you, I'm strong minded. I had my whole own mind, even being a teenager. So, excuse me, with him, I let go the leash. I let him establish with him that it was okay for him to go out and date, do whatever he wanted, as far as what he thought he was going to do, as far as his life was concerned. The only thing about us is we stay connected in a way that many people couldn't understand. And I've always had relationships like that with the guys that I dated. When we broke up, I could be friends with them. There wasn't like all this animosity and that they chose to be some type of, you know what I mean? And with him, that's what he did. He'll try to cover it up, but what people don't understand, inside he was battling. That he did things in our younger years that it made him look like he was soft. But I will always reiterate to him that he was a man. Just because you cried don't make you soft. Just because you did this or that and you displayed that you tried to let me know that you love me, I will never judge you like that. But he allowed the people that he was in company of to somehow pervert his thinking towards me that I was going to use those things against him. This will be his first time even hearing me even speak of. Not even did I speak it to our child. I never did. Um, because I didn't want her vision of the way she seen her father would be skewed by what she would thought would be her mama's feeling or whatever. You see what I mean? I didn't want my children to have to endure those things because I had to go through those things as a child. So understanding with he and I's relationship, it was something that people couldn't understand, if that makes sense. So he made it, regardless of whoever he decided to date or um, when I moved on, that he still was gonna be there. To the point that he would talk to guys and he was like, "Well, you better not hurt her because I love the girls and I love her, and you're gonna see my face." He would make his presence known to let them know, she deserves to be. But I just, to be honest, there was a way with him His mother had him again some way that he was better than me. So as we grew into young adults, um, in a long relationship, I started to see it more and more become evident of what he was doing. He always considered himself a player. Baby, he didn't have, I always let him keep his little manhood intact, but he, no, no, no. I'm just gonna leave it like that, no. But he tried it. He tried, not me, but he tried it. And me and him used to talk about, I used to laugh within myself because I was like, he still don't get it. That's not the life for him, but in his mind, he was Mr. Renaissance, Harlem, and, Mr. New York, yeah, But I used to be like, you gonna get raped. Anybody besides me, them women gonna drag you. So I think that's what he found. He admitted it to me that what he was looking for is me and those other women. He never could, to this day, he's been looking for it in the other women that he never could find it. He never will find it because they're not me. And I tried to tell him, you cannot go through life like that. If you want to have a healthy relationship, you're going to have to start throwing your children, your child's mother, up in these women's face and telling them that you're still in love with her. And things like, because women don't want to hear that mess. So that's the difference between you understanding that a man is available and he's single. He could be single and still not be available. And a lot of women don't understand you hurt yourself when you pursue a man like that. When you date a person like that, it's best for you to let him go discover himself that he can be faithful to you. Because when a woman scars him, he never forgets that and he holds that deeply. And even though he try to love you right, even if he find most of them find ways to to give you material things. They'll give you a lot of material things to compensate, but they never deal with themselves where that hurt is concerned from that woman, whether it was his mother, it could have been anybody, a relationship. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is they put this mask on. And women look at that because when they meet you, they put on this whole facade. Then after a long time, you begin to see those different things surface. Same thing with women who've been scarred that don't deal with their issues before they go into the next relationship. Or they mom and daddy issues. And so they tend to deal with things in their relationship, whether they last long term or short term. Because some people just like function in drug gangs. They learn how to make things with men, they don't want to deal with things. That's from Adam to Eve. That just is what it is. All day long. Women, they have to face life. They have to do what they have to do. Society look at them to be that way. But men, even with Adam, God said, Adam, where art thou? Adam, where art thou? He didn't want to come out. He didn't want to face God. He did not repent. He did not do what Eve did. She took what she had from God. Adam was never recorded to do so. He ran from God. He hid himself from God. He was like that. He did not want to own up and face that responsibility. So that's why you have a lot of baby mamas. Okay? Because when it comes to the standard that God had for women to help men too, these days, and they don't want to hear that kind of wisdom. We make things too easy for men. That is true. And I think that was my that was not it was my downfall, but that was one of my hangups. Um, try not to be his stress, but understanding where they needed to be mature men in a way that they can survive and thrive on their own. That makes sense. Um, say for instance they get into something or financial bind, I was good with saving money. I told y'all God taught me where as far as finances and stuff was concerned. I'm not a big shopper, a big spender. And so I know how to take care of myself. I know how to go get what I want and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with that. But I'm mindful. I'm most happy when my bills are paid. My children are fed. Yes, that makes me happy. When my husband, my spouse is happy, we're not in debt. We're not struggling to, and stuff. I'm most productive. I'm most happy that way. I'm content in that way. Um, I don't like to see my husband under or my spouse under a lot of stress. I'll continue to find avenues and ways for us to come up out of it. Yeah, it's like a problem solver, not in an overbearing way. I know how to sit with God. I know how to sit with myself and my thoughts. And I'm one of those people that know how to bounce back when it comes to struggle, uh, when it comes to going through certain things in life that was meant to keep you down. I am generally like a cat, like nine lives. I don't know what that is to stay there, if that makes sense. I don't like other people stay in that position. The will that I have to live and to succeed, it won't let me do that. So people try to continually put stumbling blocks and snares and put scenarios to see, oh, well, this surely gonna take her down. This surely go. You see what I mean? But they don't see the God. They don't see the God of the bounce back. You hear what I mean? That I was anointed for this. I was anointed to thrive and to prosper. That no matter what they did, finances, I don't care what they trying to block, what opportunities. And if you talk a man out of dating me, he wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. So thank you. See, that's my mindset. Other than like readers come and tell y'all, they got this opportunity for you. They blocked this, and they didn't even block a thing. Whatever God says, whatever He wants for you, that's what I don't care what people do. He didn't say that he wouldn't try. He said it wouldn't succeed. So the very narrative, you let somebody get you caught up with a baby, you let somebody that, well, God knows that I'm not going to take a man back that went out after me and had a baby that you going to backtrack and know I'm going to help you raise your. No, I'm not. You stay your dusty tail right everywhere you went and you thought that was going to work out. You feel me? It's not that I have anything against their children or anything like that. But look, you could not rest. You thought that it was that like him. His mama made him think there was always something better. There was going to be somebody come along that was going to be better than me. So the more we extended that thing with the breakup, the makeup, the engage, and off, engagement on, that's where he was thrown into that narrative. But what shook him is that he understood that I left for about 9 years. And he said it out his mouth. I thought that was the end all be all. He said, I didn't think he was coming back. I didn't think whatever. And it's not about, I said, he said it like that, saying, he didn't think that he was going to ever be back in my life again. Because that narrative that those terrorists present, I ain't never went back to him. He was always not to be, but no, I'm just saying, that's a lie. That is not something that I did. It just wasn't. Because the relationship that I had, I would be an exited relationship before the men even knew anything. I was gone, cut off. And I would just watch in some scenarios just to see if he was going to change, if he noticed on certain things. Like I said, there was certain things I put people through series of tests sometimes. When it was relationships and stuff. Sometimes it will work good for you, and sometimes it can work bad for you. But that was the way. That was just, you know, so you'll know a little bit how my mind worked and how certain things. And people thought that they would be able to size me up, but then they found out that I wasn't as easy. of a target or as like naive. There you go, naive as they thought I was. And that it makes sense. So that's what. So you can understand when I'm talking to you, because even today he might. I don't know. The last time I talked, I let him know that our baby died, and that was it. Before then, that one night, my birthday had came. Um, and TMI, but it's just is what it is because it's a part of what happened. I conceived that baby on November 7th. My daughter and her husband, I had wanted a room with a view. I just wanted to just, even with your own house, sometimes you want to go, whatever. This where people start talking about I was homeless, y'all. But I did a video. You know how people do the video where they go, I ain't never see, how did that come? What? Anyway, child, it was my birthday. There was no man there. I was not dating nobody. Like I said, I had done left the whole church scene and all that, whatever. I was laying there and I wanted to go out to the beach because I was by the beach area and had a beautiful view, whatever. I could enjoy it. I was sitting out looking out the window because I was too afraid to go get in my car because it was a bridge. And anybody know, and for a long time I was afraid to travel over the bridge where they had water by myself. Um, so it took a minute. So he popped up in my mind. It was a voice, just kept telling me to call him. And I know that I could feel because he always been able to spend my birthday with somebody, even if I was with somebody. He made a way that he was somehow interpreting himself. Well, my birthday, Valentine's Day, whatever it was back then. I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. But anyway, we were younger. That's what was going on. And um, it had got to the point where I had told him, you don't need to give me gifts. You don't need to buy me things when it comes to Valentine's Day and stuff like that. I know if he was going through hard times, but he didn't, he had a house and I had a house of my own. So he was trying to maintain, he tried to make me think he wasn't, but I know he was credit cards and all that there on him. He used his GI Bill to get that house, and God intended for him to do that and establish that for me, him, and the girl. So God ended up blessing me with my own home, which I had my home before he even got his home. So it's a lot of things, y'all. And the reason why it comes out like that, because people come on this platform just to see, did it really happen the way he said it? She's never said anything about it. We assumed all these things about her because I kept my peace. I lived my life. People was judging me. People was saying things because he was building a false narrative outside of us. But the whole time he was hanging on and his last ditch effort, he felt like, okay, we'll take this night. And I don't know if he was listening to readers or what. I don't know what he was doing. But I think whoever the girl was that I knew about, I think she had something to do with divination and stuff. And God was telling me that because he kept telling me something about like my womb and somebody was doing things like she knew that he wouldn't leave me for good and he would leave her alone. That she wanted to do something like this, but he didn't want no more kids after baby girl, and what we had already established that. So the women didn't know that, but I always knew I ain't never had to be jealous of another woman. I didn't that grow up with that in me. I compare myself to other women and stuff like that. But she built a false narrative around her family and friends to make them think that I was somehow stalking her and yada yada yada. For what? If he was with her, God hear me now. My children will tell you, my family will tell you, my friends will tell you, everybody around. If I was to pick up that phone and call him, I don't care if he was in the midst of getting married. He would drop what he was doing and come where I was. Point blank period. She was never, ever. identify as competition to me. Not in looks. To me, she looked like Miss Piggy with a bunch of overface makeup. And then I seen God showed me like she tried to change her body in a way that my body was. And if you look at her, you will see like he thought that he found it, but he was like, something ain't there. So one day me and him was talking. He bought me this huge, like almost my size bear. I think like doing Valentine's Day in the fair, and I had went over to sit with him. We was playing his game and we was watching the movie, and I got ready to go back home to the girls. We didn't do anything or anything, but he wanted me to come get my gifts and stuff like that he had bought because since he met me, he was like that. He would buy me like gold earrings and stuff like that. And that's why I told him he didn't have to do that. Um, and it was that day, and I asked him, I said, what is stopping you from getting married or getting into or pursuing, a relationship? And I knew who she was and stuff, and basically had a brief word with her, but she took it the wrong way. And what I was telling her, because the way she was going about it, and I didn't feel like I had to compare myself to her anyway. We was on two different levels. Baby, she took to the internet with everything. People didn't even barely know who I was, honey. And I was preaching, okay, well known. She was trying to make it like prove something, like she had him, and um, she would post every day. She's single as single can be. She was always whining about a man, about a man. It could be like, oh. So I see why he's not into her. So she crossed paths with me in a way that it came up that me and her had a couple of words that had to be shared. But I wasn't rude or anything, but I was honest, brutally honest. And I told her if she wanted to win him, the way she was trying to win him was not going to work. I was just trying to give her help. She took it and she spread it to her people to be as if I didn't have no reason for that because I already knew. He was waiting. The reason why he never committed to none of them because in his mind, as long as he knew that I was not being married to anybody, he had a chance. To this day, he still feels that way. Don't let him fool you. Till this day. And he always, and it was established when we were younger, he always was in this hindsight that, okay, if that don't work out or whatever, then I know this is my chance. But he never stepped up to the plate like he should have. Now you see, he never stepped up to the plate. And when he thought he was stepping up to the plate, he actually was losing or had lost his footing with me because the way he did it, and he was still waiting on me to baby him like when we was 19. You know what I mean? And I was like, You know what I mean? Like, at this point, at 30 something, 40, no. And I was like, no, Nat, you can't do this. No. So I was like, all right, you gotta just let me out of this thing here that you call for us to be married and all that. Release me. So God did it the way He did it. When it came to the baby, the second baby, it was a surprise for me. I don't know that he thought that it was gonna work either. Because neither one of us, baby girl, already in college at that point. And boom, we ended up one night, boom, in a baby. Just like that. So here, I'm in total denial. I knew the moment it would happen, but I was in total denial. I didn't want to be with him, not even with a baby on board. I did not want to repeat the same cycle that we had been through. I didn't want to believe that it had happened. I didn't want to believe that I allowed what I heard the Terry say about me reconciling to him and what God had said that was supposed to happen. So yes. So with the lady calling herself was supposed to be making it to send witchcraft at me. hear what I'm saying so you understand how things transition and took place. Obviously, God allowed the scenario to take place that, because I never had the intention of inviting no man to that room, no nothing. He came and got me, and he took me. He drove. That was annoying for us. He drove. He took me out of the city, out of town. We drove, and we came back. Um, he didn't even uh ask, but actually, I was gonna stay downstairs and let him go up to see the room. He said, "No, we go up there together." We actually laid down to go to sleep because I told him he didn't have to make that drive. So this is where she failed with what she was trying to do. You do realize if he didn't want to be with his baby mother, if he didn't hate her so much as if what was conveyed to you on your behalf of what you said, you fell for the overdose that he was stringing you along to see what she was going to do. I didn't get into that. I lived my life. Whatever he did, that's his business. You know what I mean? Um, at that point, he did something out of all the years we had been together, out of all those years, I was the dominant mom when it came to sex, not him. And so he was one of those guys that his approach was different. He didn't force sex. He didn't run after you for sex. You know what I mean? He will always make sure that that's what I wanted to do, if that makes sense. He never, I don't know, he was always that way as a man. So that's why while we was, coming up together, I was comfortable. And it wasn't the sex. Oh God, help me, Jesus. Oh, oh God, I'm gonna leave it at that. Nobody had me hooked on sex, especially not with that situation. I'm just gonna say it point blank like it is. But even in that area, I have to be honest. When it comes to a husband, I prayed. I really did. I prayed for the person. Hear what happened. The person that I was going to marry, make it official. He had it, and we were compatible sexually, both of us. However, he was a sex. He had a sex addiction. That addiction. It drove me crazy. I couldn't deal with it. I just couldn't. He brought the church into it, the whole thing, y'all. It was atrocious. It was, and I was like, God, no, uh, yeah, big red flag. No, we're not making it to the courthouse. We're not going to legalize the paper. The preacher called himself saying it was not fair the way we had to, whatever. So, like I said, I don't go into big details about it because it's supposed to be in my book that people be able to see how the enemy can come in to try to derail you. And I was willing to settle because he was he was teachable as a man. He stood by me without flaw when it came to ministry. Top notch. I couldn't complain. If he had to work an extra job or do whatever, when it came to him, because I don't think, like I said, before I got off the last line, and I'm not talking about my child's father, I'm talking about the one that I thought that I was going to settle where as far as marriage and ministry was concerned. He had about the same number of children as me. So that was my concern. My mom told me, how would I know unless I gave him a chance? That's how. He didn't get a chance by him somehow catching my attention. He wasn't my type. Well, he wouldn't have been somebody I wanted to date. But like I said, there were certain things that he was said that caused me to think my standards was too high. And for that reason, I allowed it when I knew I felt in my heart that God only ever meant for me to be friends with the guy. Uh, as far as spiritually being, you know what I'm saying? So it ended up being the guy knew I was a good catch. He knew I took care of my children. He knew, all these things. And he pursued me. So my apostle actually tried to warn me. I didn't grasp the whole thing at first. I thought that, because for us coming from a holiness church and stuff, and he was very dominant. He was very, um, yeah, about all that. And when the guy approached me, I was out shopping. That was his second job. Um, my apostle was on the phone. It was after service. I was in charge of the TV. Um, uh, y'all, my mind gone, honey. To run, operate the camera, and doing certain things when the other ones wasn't available, I would be the one that he would trust to go to make bank deposits where the money was concerned. Um, After the offerings and stuff like that that he put in the bank. Um, anyway, he was on the phone when the guy approached me. And it started out with him saying, I saw you looking at them Bibles, and I just wanted, to talk to you about something or whatever. Whatever. He tried to shoot his shot. It was corny. It was. It was really corny. And I looked at him because, first of all, I didn't like short men. And I was like, and he was bald. So there was two things that went against him. And you know how women make that, like, if it's short, then, so don't have to go there. I'm just saying, I was really thinking carnally about it at the point when he approached me. And dude, you in Walmart. It's like, no. So he found a way to, before I left that store, he was not going to let me leave that store. He almost got fired, y'all. And I was like, oh my gosh. So every time I would come in that store, if he was working, he made it, and he had his little buddies around there. She here, man. She here, man. She on the camera. I see her. There goes the girl. There goes the girl. Go shoot your shot, And it was explaining to me that he was one of the men. He would take a lick and keep on taking. No matter how much I ignored him, he did not give up. He pursued me till they even care that I had 4 kids. I mean, he pursued me to the, and he was just willing to. He said, please, just allow me, show you who I am. Don't have to be sick. No, none of that. I just want to take you out. And look, he didn't really have it. Like, he had 2 jobs. One working at the hospital, I told y'all. He was an orthopedic therapist, surgical technician, um, and the second job, that's the one I met him at, that was at Walmart. He used to stalk, what do you call it, the stalker? I can't say it right, the stalker. He stalked sales guy overnight, y'all. And it was just crazy. But he had a way to do what I always felt like I was restrained with my baby daddy. He used to take his military thing too far. It was like I couldn't. Y'all see how I laugh and have fun with y'all and stuff? Even though we had chemistry and all that, it's like that part was missing. He would try to be so, uh, you know how men want women that's robots? You know what I mean? he dictate if you can laugh or not. And but I ain't. And he always tried to be, yeah, he'll smirk up under his, and stuff like that. And he enjoyed being around me when I crack jokes and stuff like that too. But it was like that was missing with us. And I wanted him to open up a little bit, so we could enjoy life together and be. So that was something that I was, and that's why I said I don't like cocky men. I don't like egotistical men. The cocky egotistical, I don't, no, it ain't gonna work. But that one was me. And that's what the other person had that I looked at and I saw. So I said, okay, I'll open up to the fact. But my apostle had already said when that man approached me in that store, he said, Sister Natalie, he said, Sister Natalie, apostle not gonna get into your personal life. He said, but did you pay attention to how he approached you about that Bible? He approached me to get me to go out on a date with him, saying the Bible that I was looking at, basically in Walmart, I think it was like $100 and some, because God, Apostle was telling us we need to study to show ourselves approved. He told us that don't go off my word. You need to you need to have a relationship with God. I appreciate that by my apostle. That's why I'm where I am today. Not because of him, but because my pursuit in God didn't stop at church. It didn't stop with a preacher. And it didn't begin with that either. Amen. It began with my pursuit of God, my love for God. So I understand the respect for my leaders and authority and stuff. But me going to church had never had anything to do with people, with, you know what I mean? And being in cliques and groups, and I stayed just like I do now. Majority by myself. You know what I mean? I'm not, like I gotta have friends or I'm gonna be sad. And no, I had two best friends in my whole lifetime, and now I'm down to one. It's not because one did, okay? One of them showed me who she really was, and I left it at that. Cut her off and been back since. Amen. So, no problem. There, I still love her, but I just love her from afar. Um, because you do. It's like my child's father. You outgrow people and relationships, and you have to learn to be okay with that. It's not about other people and letting them dictate to you and how they feel. They don't know. I mean, I respect anybody's, you know, little um advice or wisdom. You know what I mean? But when you get to the point where you're trying to literally uh put yourself in a place like you so, nah, I dare you to get that violent. That's one thing don't do. Don't dare me. Don't tell me what I can't do. I'm the one to prove you wrong. That's just it. And that's why the devil get bust up. That's why the devil get bust up. Um, because I've always been headstrong like that. I've always had that ability. If people count me out and whatever, and the next thing I know, sister girl, she, and they like, what in the world? How did that happen? How did she? We thought, and she would never be. I don't know. I didn't let that stuff, those labels dictate my life. That ain't who God said that I was. I was not going to accept that. Even now and today, I don't care what society say. I don't care what other people try to whatever. No, if that's not what God said about me, I do not receive it. I reject it just as you should. Amen. And I walk boldly in that. And that's I teach. Like I said, what I live, my experiences, what I learned, um, as to what God said. So now that I broke all that down, so dealing with the categories and the different scenarios, and that's understanding why. I could have did all that. I could have been promiscuous. I could have took the route of everybody else in the family with drugs and partying and all that. But God just did not put that in me. So where the mental anguish come in, this is what we was talking about previous. The mental anguish, that's why that person is there on the thumbnail. When you're dealing with that and finding your place of you being meaningful in life, you finding your footing to understand with the trauma, all those things with relationships and the different things that you may have going through, rejection, whatever it is that caused you to be scorned, to be scarred at this point. Your perspective had a lot to do with why you're at where you're at today. And your willingness to conquer that and to overthrow all of that. Because God can heal. He can heal me, He can heal you. He can heal my mind, He can heal you. And that's the thing that people don't understand. They always like that excuse that nobody's perfect. No, that's an excuse for you not to try or make somebody yourself or try harder or do what needs to be done to not sit there and think things gonna fall out the sky, but to work at the things that you're trying to accomplish, what you want your life to look like. What is it and who is it that the authentic person that you are? Not who your mama said you was, not who your daddy said you was, not what tradition said you was, not who the church said you was, not who da 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 da. Who are you? That's great. You understanding where singleness come in and play a part in your life, that you are now able to go deep within and research within yourself what makes you tick, what makes you happy. Before I go in a relationship with somebody on a long-term basis, one of the key things that I learned, I want to know about that person, not their pockets. Understand? Because more than his pockets is what he brings to the table by the way he treats me. And I learned that along the way. Where they was talking about marriage for money, they was talking about he got to be 60, he got to be this, he got to be uh 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 okay, whatever. Where it was with me to maintain the other one, understand who I was, and continue to be my authentic self, and not allow tradition, people, church narrative. I'm talking about personal church narrative. One thing to preach the word, and it's another thing to impose your personal. See, that is my dilemma right there with people that teach and preach. I don't care what platform they're on, they don't have to be in church, but that's the narrative. See, they'll go through something and they'll hit their platform and they convey to where your trauma was. That's trauma bonding and that's keeping you bound. Instead of helping you get beyond that place of sobriety to go into healing and sobriety for your life, that you can thrive in a better headspace. Because when you feel good on the inside, we all know that when it comes to attracting money, that's why you never have to chase money. When you start working on yourself eternally, you attract money, houses, cars. I sit here before you. I have never had to struggle for a car. I have never had to struggle to pay for one. I have never had to struggle for a house. I have never had to. This is the God honest truth. I put God first, and these are the things that He taught me that I renounce what they spoke over me about the disability. And my mom and everybody advised me take the chip from the government. I said no. Everybody called me a fool. Well, that'll help you, and it's still some income. Why would I want a check that dictates to me that this is all I can do with my life and I have to accept a sickness to do it? No. But they gonna tell me you can only make this and you can only and no, you can't. So I gotta depend on $500 a month, $700 a month. And now you got a president trying to cut that off. Now you see what God was doing. So had I continued to listen, not at a bad reason, but understand how it played a role in whether I was able to thrive or whether I failed. Now you get it? See, all advice ain't good advice. All money ain't good money. Some man throwing money at you, but he keep you bound, and you can't expand in life because you a personal person just like that person. I always said that in my heart. I never want to keep my husband trapped in a space where he can't expand. Like, you so afraid that they're gonna outgrow you. And they will, well, look, you know what I mean? So that's what kept me where where I'm able to be prosperous, be wealthy, to accomplish those things. Because I'm not bound to the agenda of people, to the agenda of people telling me what I can have and what I can't have, what I can attain and what I can't attain. Because if God said if I can, if He said I can, if the Word said I can, and He has shown me through experience in my life that I can. If He said I can have it, who are you to tell me that I can't? Government or elsewhere. You get it? So He taught me um, to step out of tradition, to step out of the norm, and to what is put upon us and placed upon us by people. So we shared that in the other broadcast. And I can't share it on this one because to free up some space, I went on here since I shared it on that one. I had put it over, um, how you call it? You hide it in your phone so I can free up some space. So, anyways, as we was talking about that, and it brought back so much talking to that young lady. And for me, it did my heart all the good in the world. I started seeing even her confidence change. And she was smoking a cigarette while she was talking to me. I started seeing her confidence change. And she was just like, you just different. You know what I mean? And she was like, wow. She said, these are subjects that I wouldn't even allow church people to talk to me about. She would cuss people out. God had me to minister to her, and I could see it. Her whole spirit, it just humbled. And she was, the more information, the more the spirit moves. And like I said, he acts as in the wind and around us. And it leads me back to this that we left off. I remember through the Holy Spirit because I be moving so fast. And sometimes I start and I don't finish to, for y'all to have an understanding of what I'm saying. Because it be moved from this to this, because people be studying coming in. And the Holy Spirit, when they do that, it'll shift the atmosphere. And the Spirit will start ministering to whoever they is. You know how long they're going to stay entertained by what's being said or whatever. So that's how you have to understand the Spirit and how God moves. And you have to transition and move with Him. And He shifts, you need to shift because it could be the matter of somebody saving somebody's soul or life by us being obedient. So I said, it's been 3 days, me sitting here and he kept saying and showing me somebody looking just like that, saying mental anguish. And I knew it wasn't me. Um, and I was delaying because I was like, oh, it's gonna be so, it's gonna be, and I was trying to rest and recuperate. So she shifted me off into preaching. I told y'all what God did and all this stuff and replenished me just out of nowhere, just like that. He took me from one thing to another. With me going out preaching in here in the house ended up being cleared. They hauled it. I was in here. Then I went out. Next day, which I was avoiding doing, going to my car and that. And while I was doing that or whatever, and I was like getting in the mode because I had put on the the worship and everything to start, get maintenance in my car back because it's been sitting for 3 or 4 years. And I was very disappointed at what I saw. They did not keep my car. Um, just anyway, whatever. And she called me from she has a house next door, and she called me. She said, "Hey, hey, sis." She said, "I see you back," and da da da. So anyway, um, at first I didn't want to talk to nobody, but I often asked about her when I had left and asked my mom about her and stuff because I did have her phone number. And I had told her, I said, I tried to connect with you. I had tried to talk to you like a couple of times, but I thought she had changed her info or something. So I just went on from there. And she started talking to me and we talk about certain things, about spiritual things and stuff. Let me show y'all something. I mentioned in the last broadcast, but I didn't go into detail. Remember I mentioned that a young man came outside and we was noticing that it was like it's almost like we was in a invisible bubble where people could see. One man was making it his presence known that like one of the neighbors that trying to get my attention saying, "Hey, I see you back, welcome home." And I finally, acknowledged and he was waiting, but me and her was still talking. It was a guy next door to that house. Um, I noticed him and I told you I see people's spirit before I ever recognize their outward, you know. And I could see how he was drawn, but my first reaction, because I told her there's angels around us, and I showed her a couple of things, um, and the confirmations of what I was seeing. And she was saying she didn't want to, you know, cross the line on that either, but it was funny that I had said that. That's how we had got into that conversation. And I was telling her how people are so dark now, and their eyes are not, and it's a depth that you see. It's like they walk around like they're living dead, and it's just crazy the things that are happening that are going on. So we just go on. Let me speed up into that so I can get out here and let y'all go. Um, so we went into that. So I noticed from the time the young man walked out the door, he was glued. He was glued to me, y'all. I was like, oh my God. He had this intense from across the street. He had this intense stare it was so, and I was like, ooh, it didn't feel good. You ever see somebody stalk you before? So I'm not saying that's what he was doing, but you know how somebody have their eye on you like that and it make you feel like, but from across the way, and to the point that he went out and sat on the ground by the street, y'all. He did not. And one time he got up and he went towards the house and he came back out. Um, and then I think this time when he came out, he changed clothes. But even just looking at him, I was like, oh no no, that's showing, whatever. But he made it intentionally, like, and he was staring me down. Now get it, make it now. I'm a good distance away from him, and I'm talking to another woman. Well, she has a husband. She's next door, but she does that husband. Well, maybe you know that. But he's a fresh face too, because when I left, he wasn't over there. Um, this is intense drawing that he had. So I was just thinking, that's the spirit of the Lord. You know what I mean? But something just, and I mentioned it, y'all think that it be just for the fact of putting it out there and maybe a man is listening or something like that. No, I put it out there because I'm smart enough to make social media work for me. You understand? And when you put certain stuff out there, I understand that if something, God forbid, was to happen, there's a way that they can go back to the narrative to help find out what happened and what took place. What I learned through this journey with my family and stuff and why certain people die a certain way, God put my family to the test. And as close as they are to me, they neglected. And it kind of hurt me in a way because nobody was seeing me the way they needed to see me at this point. This glare on this door for this phone is driving me bonkers. I don't want to say those words, but um, it is. It's just a prophetic thing, but it's making me. It's coming off as it's like you can see the light from the phone, but it's the door, and the door is dark, and the knob is like a gold knob, but it's bouncing off. The light is illuminating off the door, and it's while I'm talking to y'all, it's a distraction. It's making it stand out as a way of trying a way to find a way to put it. It's not like a paranormal activity thing, but then the light from the phone is also a glare. It's shining towards my face. So it's standing out at the door and it keep on. My eyes keep connecting back to the light at the door. And it keeps pulling my attention and distracting me from communicating with you guys. Because there's deeper meaning behind it. I don't want to go into it, but that is what it's doing. I'm gonna turn my phone over at that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Lord. But it's still there. Maybe it's the iPad. Let me see. Yep, that's it. It's driving me. It's certain things about profit. And what I noticed, remember I said I preached, but I couldn't record it. But do y'all know God show up in ways with me when I'm sitting in the dark, when I'm not um in the pulpit, when I'm not in the company of other people, or even when I'm talking to other people, like the way I am now. It's like 4 day in the morning. It's something, and I noticed that too. They used to do it in certain services that we had, like long time ago, where they would turn the lights off in the church, where people can pray and just praise God without everybody looking around at each other. And it was people would get these deliverances, just the power of God would fall, just like, oh my God, confirmation. See, and there was something. It's something about technology. It's something because God mentioned it about us taking photos, and it's something about technology. We'll get into that later, but it's a distraction sometimes from what God wants to do. So a lot of times when I have blackout messages and stuff like that, it be for the basis of that. God don't want you looking at my beauty. He does not want you. He wants you to get the message. When I started out this channel, I didn't even start it out for followers. It just happened. I didn't even know what YouTube was. Yes. Um, and I took 500 people off because I was like, why are these people following me? My daughter was like, Mom, that's what YouTube, that's what YouTube is. People supposed to, y'all, it's crazy. But I didn't know nothing about it. I thought YouTube was a place where I'd come listen to worship music and stuff. Because I heard it like Pandora or whatever. I didn't know YouTube had all these components. I didn't know nothing about tarot. I didn't know nothing. No, nothing. That's the God. I nothing. And I kept saying, where are these people coming from? And why they on there? And she said, Mom, that's why I said, well, that wasn't my intention. And she's like, Mom, well, it's a platform. YouTube is like, basically, it's like TV. It's just like you have. I was like, huh? And she said, yeah. And she said it would be a good place for you to establish, where ministry is concerned, whatever. And I was like, man. Cause y'all know I hate videos. I hate pictures. I hate videos. I don't like it. To me, I look better in person. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. And I'm okay with being plain Jane. I'm okay with me. I'm okay with no makeup. I'm okay with, yeah, I'm still working out some things there. Um, Not to say I have preaching videos up of me being preaching engagement, being preaching in the public, preaching whatever. Okay. Um, but God took me out of the suits, the hats, the heels. Yeah, He did for a season. I have been that way for most of my life. Dressed up every day, hairdos every day, heels, stockings every day. Every day. I did not own anything of streetwear. All skirts, suits, hats, fingernails done, hair done, everything done. Okay, so there's nothing new to me. And quite frankly, it gets old. Not that you don't maintain yourself, but I'm saying that whole thing, thing. So that's why I didn't go jump into a relationship and stuff. After my girls get grown, I learned that it's okay for me to let my hair down. I didn't have to be so structured and disciplined and all that. God was giving me a breather. I didn't have to do all that and cook for a man and wait on him to come home and just freedom. It was just freedom. So I've become accustomed to it. Get it? So it's I don't know. I just feel like that's just what I'm feeling, you guys. That's why I say you don't go off your feelings, because I know me. I could meet somebody tomorrow, and everything that I'm telling you now about where I feel, as of me meeting them and knowing that's who God want me, so all of this will go out the window. I'll jump right into not role or whatever, but into position. You know what I mean? And just take off with that spouse. But this is what I'm saying. Your mental will always try to keep you at a lower level than what you are if you allow it to. It'll keep saying to you because your flesh don't want to do the work, even when it comes to spiritual growth. It'll tell you, no, I don't have to do that. The church said that I don't have to do that. No, I don't have to do that because you do that. No, I don't have to. You understand me? Um, so I do it so you can understand how speaking certain things can hinder your growth because you spoke it. It don't take a witch or warlock or nothing. What we speak over our own selves, it shows up. When y'all talk about manifestation or whatever, God spoke the world. God spoke, let there be light. God spoke. He didn't sit up and write it down. He didn't sit up and think to Tuvalu. He spoke. He did something. He took action. That's why he tell us, even with the word of God, faith without works is dead. You can believe in God all you want to. If you don't do the work that's behind that, and we're not talking about you got to work for grace. We talk about sanctification. You make some changes, some discipline. The Holy Spirit gonna prompt you through conviction to grow, to outgrow your old self, your old position, your old mindset, your old tradition, your old this and all that. So you're gonna look different to people. Some people gonna walk out your life. Some people are not gonna want to be bothered with you. Some people not gonna, you know what I mean? Because you're not the same old. You don't want to go out no more. You want to do things different. Now you want to settle down. You want to have children. They don't. They still want the bachelor. They still want. So all those things are posed to you as a way of keeping you mediocre. Just say that. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Somebody else, one of y'all do it out there. Those things to keep you mediocre and make you think that You're supposed to stay the same. You're not supposed to. So that's what made us grow out of with one another. His inability to transition and shift with me. So here it is. I'm leaps and bounds. I was already like years ahead of him. And now spiritually and all of that. And I'm just growing and growing. And he's still stuck. Same job, same dead end friends. He didn't want to change. It's just the same thing every day, like clockwork. I knew what he was gonna do when he get off work. He coming home. He gonna sit up there, either be in his box short and play a darn game to Zoobaloo or whatever. When he do dictate to get out to find out whether he want to cook himself something or not, or if I cook anything, could he come by and get it, or and then and he gonna go purchase something to eat. He gonna talk to me on the phone 90 something percent of the time of the dang on day. Or whatever the case may be, he gonna smoke that same cigar and whatever. He just repetitive. You know what I mean? And for me, I'm spontaneous, but I'm not as spontaneous as some people. So I like a spouse that knows how to take the reins. Some things that women don't like. I respect my spouse that know how to say, baby, you're talking too much. Shut that down. You know, they don't need to know all that. But you ain't gonna have to tell me that because I know better. You know what I mean? But that he would have the backbone. He ain't scared of me leaving him. He ain't scared of me not giving him none to make him feel like, I'm gonna run him and you know what I mean? I don't want no man to let me run him. And that's what was happening in those relations. No, I want him to be a man. You know what I mean? You don't have to be rough. You don't have to be like these old scoundrels out here that abuse women by trying to control them. No, we ain't gonna do that. But I want him to be comfortable in being a man, knowing he walk in authority to establish what a man should when it comes to leaving the house. Baby, that's too revealing. Women will go all the pieces. And now what you hear women saying, oh, I wish he would. My husband tell what? To dress what? To do what? That's your problem. That's why you're having so many problems right there, but you don't want nobody to tell you. You know what I mean? But with me, as long as I know that his intentions are pure, that it's not motivated by control and manipulation and stuff like that, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I'm okay if we sit down and we say, babe, I would love to see this tattoo on you. Boom. If I'm that type of woman that if we go out to eat, scenario, we did this, but I dated somebody this happened before. That I was married, pretty married. And we went out. He took me to a special place that I never been to and all that. The people cooked in front of us and all this kind of stuff, yada yada yada. We ordered something that was a chowder. I've never cooked anything like that. I see my grandmother do stuff like that, but I never cooked it before myself. Upon him doing so, he licked the plate in the restaurant, y'all. And I was like, okay, now you just done did it way too much, okay? But he liked it so much. So, actually, I went back and I ordered the same dish for him. I'm not a vegetable person. The dish had broccoli, and if it ain't chicken noodles, if it ain't chicken noodle soup or chili or something like that, baby, mm-mm. Now, I know how to cook all that. I cook that. Whatever my husband takes for it, I will put in it and whip it up, baby, blow his mind, okay? Um, so he was shocked. I prepared a dinner for us, a romantic thing, whatever, and I shocked him that when I tell you I whipped that chowder for him, baby, and look, I was gonna make sure he gonna lick that bowl at home. So it became one of the number one dishes that he wanted me to prepare for him. And he was just like, how you did that? How you know what they put in it? How you did that? But I perfected that recipe. And when I did it, it was like, it wasn't no go order that for him, no nothing. Babe, can you cook this? Would you give me this for tonight? Or whatever the case may be. So that's always been, you know what I mean? So when it came to the way I pursued things and I did things to overcome that anxiety, the depression, the mental anguish of certain things, being able to move on, especially with relationships and stuff like that, financial hiccups and things like that, you have to establish, first of all, within yourself, because the more you allow it to dictate your next move, the more susceptible you are to getting depressed, overwhelmed, and all that. You see? But that's why God tells us to stop it before, bring it subject before it gets to that point. And we lazy at times. We don't want to do it the way God said. And that song that says, "Oh, what needless pain we bear, all because we did not carry everything to God in prayer." That is ever so real. That is ever so true. Because we'll sit up and we'll let something drag out to the depths. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, you need to deal with this and deal with this now and kick it on out of here before it overwhelms you to the point that you are having needing a therapist, medication, and all that kind of stuff. Amen. I'm gonna turn the music on for a minute. So anyway, to come through that, when it comes to you establishing that, and I was prophesying to somebody, and I was telling you you're dealing with that because you're running from that very aspect, and it's overwhelming you to the point that you can't even function anymore. And it's like you just like, God, throw me a lifeline. Like how much more? You know what I mean? And it's become a way that you have to tell you think that's what you deserve, and it's not. And by all means, that is what God's trying to show you, that He wants you to come up hither. That's what God does. He does not keep us down there. It's for us to evolve. It's for us to elevate. He wants you to come up hither. And what that means, meet Him. He does not come here to us. You've been taught that. But He elevates us to Him. You hear what I mean? So our growth goes up, not down. Right? You look at a plant, a flower, it comes up, right? It does, well, it starts down there in the dark. And you know what I'm saying? It dies to death and it gives a rebirth and then it sprouts up, right? So it's the same thing when you understand your life. So the seeds in your thoughts, in your actions, in your which follow your thoughts, your actions follow your thoughts, according to God's word, and you either create a pathway or a blockage. See, you either create a pathway or a blockage, and that's contingent upon your beliefs, your thoughts, what you think you can conquer, and what you think you can't. And the key to you being spiritual, if you think you can conquer it within your own flesh, that's where you gonna mess up. If you do it within God's strength, there's no failure in God. His spirit is perfect. His spirit is weak. I mean willing. Amen. He said the flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing, is mature. All things is in God, is in His spirit. When you learn to submit yourself to His will as opposed to your will, you will see things start to level out in your life. You created now, which Christ did it for you. God did it for you through grace and through Christ. To create a balance, which and it paves a pathway for you to be able to achieve and maintain that which you are able to obtain. When you have it, remember I told you that it's something about me. When God said it to me, He said, when you look around other people who have Mercedes and all that stuff before you, they're going to been through something and lose this and that or whatever, remarried and all this kind of stuff. But when I bless you, this is how God encouraged me in my waiting. He said, when I bless you, this is how you need to understand so you don't grow weary in well doing in your waiting season. He said, when I bless you, you'll have an understanding. Whatever I give you, you're going to have more than one car, more than one house. Hopefully, when we don't do the more than one husband, okay? Or we denounce that spirit. Um, but anyway, multiple children, all of that. God has proven Himself in my life. What He spoke to me has come to pass, and it's still coming to pass. Amen. So, when it came to me being prosperous and learning how to reroute things where it come back to me financially, where He would teach me certain things. If you notice, I very little talk about it here with finances and stuff. I know a lot of people try to wonder what she do for a living. I want to know how much she makes. I want to decide how she makes her money. All right, y'all know all that, and it's still none of your business. Now there you go. Nothing illegal, none of your business. Amen. God can bless whom He will, and ain't nobody gonna dictate that. Okay. However, nobody has to do it the way you did it. All right. That's it. Somebody was meant to work for a 9 to 5, and somebody was meant to be the one that owned the company that you work for a 9 to 5. Say that part. So you decide through life because where there's a will and a way. A lot of people stay unsuccessful and stay poor because they have poor poverty is a state of mind. It's a lack mindset. When you come to God, God sends abundance and wealth with you, and with that anointing, with that grace that's upon your life. It's there. Nobody has to give that to you. You don't have to work for that. And that's the misconception as far as God is concerned, the way He bless us and the way we achieve prosperity and wealth and all that kind of stuff. So we naturally, because of the way society do and its reign, economy, and all that stuff, we naturally reduce ourselves down to minimal of what we naturally see and not what we spiritually own and know. Whatever is spiritual manifestation, here, faith, Hebrews 11, it's the substance. That means it already exists. So you don't think I'm talking crazy. Go to the Bible, follow me up. Faith is the substance. It already exists. It just needs to materialize from the supernatural to from the spiritual into your natural, which is your earthly existence. So everything that exists and that you need is already there. But what happens is we've been taught all of these things that we search outside of God and outside of us by natural means. And it's a hard way for us to get and accomplish those things because we don't see it God's way. We look at it the world's way and what society norms tell us. And yet, you see people pop up being millionaires and whatever. How is that overnight success? But you never look deeper into how Tyler Perry got there, how and what he had to suffer before he got there. He had to be homeless before he became a millionaire. The vision was already there. He said it. He already knew if he could just get the stage. But until God wanted him to have the notoriety that he had, he was still having to do what everybody else did. He made the movie Mr. D. I think it was prophetically in his life conveying to people that He had to go through a humbling way that he would appreciate when God gave him this status quo, this financial abundance in the natural, because he already had it. And the same goes that God will never give you a vision that your pocketbook or your bank account can fill. And that is so true. Everything that I have that I know that's been envisioned for my life, it's been way bigger than my credit or anything else. Okay? So I dare not look for a sponsor and think anything else as far as my life. So I understood that those times that I went through with all of that date stuff and all that stuff, whatever, that was for that time. It was purpose for that time in my life, for that era of my life, for that growth in my life. Amen. I'm way here now. I have no business looking back there, but to do what I'm doing now, to testify to you, to help you understand how I got here. That it may help you how you get from there to here, there in your life. Amen. So to understand that in the bracket this week, from the time I've been waking up in the AM, which is around this, yeah, around this time, um, he, I've never seen these people before, but introduced me to certain people, and I didn't push anything that God didn't say, or go looking up billionaire millionaire. It popped up on my iPad. That's the really truth. And according to what brought me in, what the Holy Spirit said, I want you to watch this. That is what I did. And in each one, it was something that I noticed about the billionaire, the millionaire, and the trillionaire. And I'm not gonna let you know right now. You'll listen to that broadcast when we get into depth of that. And it let me know that no matter how much I have in my bank account, that people would think that it's crazy. But it let me know that it's true and it's evident through the things that they established. They all had this very one thing in common. And I've said it over and over and over again. They proved me right. The first young lady that I tapped into is she's a self-made, mm, she's a millionaire, multi-millionaire, and her stuff has to do with content. Some kind of way she created some formula and such and such. She has people working for her. She's at the place now that she no longer has to post. She no longer has to actually what she came up with. It makes money for her. She has people who make it happen, and she brings in the chicken. But she dedicated to her craft, to her whatever. She home. Her feet is doing her work. She doing like these with the lives and all that one-on-ones, and all of a sudden she's making buku money. Let me tell you, and she's at home. She take the gym time. Y'all finna figure out what I understood about these millionaire, trillionaire individuals. Watch this. Listen very carefully, and I bet you gonna get it without me telling you. Let me show you what she did. Um, I don't judge people by their outerwear. Um, I won't say she wasn't. She was a little sexy, but she wasn't. I'm gonna say like most content creators, and they flashy and show on. I think she was driving this some type of I think her dream car was the same thing as mine by the Rolls Royce, but it goes back to what I said. When she make a certain amount of money, and she's already a millionaire. She didn't step out to go immediately get the Rolls Royce. I'm telling you. So y'all been right with it. If a person has not got to that and established that in their life already, you don't listen to them. And they had to come through and come up with the same concept, whether they heard a poor man say it or whether they heard somebody who was established there. It's all about your perspective. Because God can send whomever He will to speak into your life. But you are the one who will reject it or, you see what I mean? So here, let me hurry up and get out here. When I was looking at her, paying attention to all the steps and there, you know, and I watched her spirit. She did talk a little about God, um, and she thanked God for where she was, where she is, um, and how she acquired the company. She brought some people on board, and how everything, she started everything and everything started functioning. The key seven, she put out 7 disciplines when it comes to money. Her thoughts were one. She had to change her way of thinking. And you do. If you ever want to be successful where it comes to prosperity and money, you need to change the way you see money, the way you handle money, the way you think of money. That's not just to say that you become rich because anybody can do that. That could be a happenstance. That's what people don't understand. That could be just something that literally is meant for somebody's life. That's why you should never compare yourself. That's one of the things she mentioned that me and her had in common. That she did not compare herself to other people, other women, how fast they got there. That was another step in discipline, how she viewed money and success in comparison. So it set her off on a trail that she was able to now be authentic and stand out from the rest and be productive in the way that she produced what was valuable. See what I mean? See, when you stand in that, it's hard for people to knock you off your post. When you go to being wishy-washy and trying to manipulate and trying to, you know what I mean? It sets. You following? So there was the 7 discipline stuff that she gave. There was more. I guess people supposed to pay for it outside of that. Um, and it all aligns. So what God has been showing me for years. I've written it down. I have so many things that God has given me for finances, um, wisdom, um, prophecies. I mean, beings and beings in the storage that for the last 20 years, drawing out visions, drawing out. And this was another thing. I tested before the last option to try to give him one more chance to see could he identify with where I was going. I met a millionaire. She is now married to I think, I don't know if he's a prince or, and I end up prophesying to her, and it happened so fast. And somehow she still follows me, unbeknownst to me. She she keeps up to date with me, and that's such an honor that I was when I met her. And you know how they say things don't come to your door, you have to go out and chase it. You have to go out. Well, she came to my door, and what they were doing, because I had my license in um, insurance and annuity. Uh, if y'all know what Citigroup is, it's one of the major platform financial companies and things. I work for a member of Citigroup in their company where I had the opportunity to sit amongst millionaires um, that helped me to understand that I was right in what I was doing. I was going the right path. And that's what God always taught me. You don't have to have everything now. So for myself, I never created debt. If I could not pay for it, God would somehow bless me with it. Um, Going to rental places or paying 6 times more than something is worth. I understood the meaning of you establishing, saving that money, the same thing. You go buy it and be done with it. Um, Everybody, no, you gotta sign this credit. You gotta get some credit cards. You gotta, da, 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 da. God said no. God said no. Until this day, it's been no. I've never owned a credit card, and my cards are paid for. I do not have loans. I've never had a loan. I've never applied for a loan. I do not have financial debts whatsoever. People have tried to steal my identity, all kinds of stuff. Um, if there was things where God will have me to understand it was okay for me to splurge on myself, if it's something that I wanted, it didn't matter what the price tag was, which I don't know that I used to frequently. My best friend will tell you, I used to take time when the kids were in school and stuff, and I had a chance to, you know, we have girl time and stuff. And I'll take my best friend with me. We would go to Coach. We would go to, I used to like Dillard. And I've never been a really big fan of, and right on the tip of my tongue, what combination? You know the store all y'all go to? What is it called? It's almost like a Dillard. What is the name? Oh my gosh. He's right there. Ah, I had it. Oh my god. Oh. Anyway, it'll pop up. Only thing I went in that place for is this particular perfume that I love. It's called Priscilla Presley. Not gonna say which one it is, but I will mention. What's speaking? The light blinking. Something, you know? Oh Lord. Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, okay. What's he blinking and why? Uh, so he would have me. It was time that I got a chance. God told me you need to understand your season. And the time when you have the most money and the time that you have the least money. And to set balance into that, he taught me, and so did my apostle, to have more than one church that's in operation. To what you would call that these days is more than one income, more than one stream of money coming in. So when this is slow, that may not be slow. It could be the season for this and the season for that. Just like if you harvest apples or oranges, well, they gonna grow in different seasons, right? So you need to know when the harvest is. So when the drought comes, where it's not in season for that apple tree to produce, you have something else that's working for you over here that's producing money. Amen. So um, he would take me and he would say, okay, now I want you to go and do X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Wow. Well, that's one thing. Me and baby girl there, I just had a nice eye for that. I still do. Y'all just don't, I didn't bring it out because I don't present a lot of material stuff. You know what I mean? Because already people be thinking that preachers is out to get their money and all that kind of stuff. Hey, I think what God gonna do for me. If he use somebody to bless me, he use somebody to bless me. But all that extra stuff right there, you can miss me with that. God done been good to me, and he made sure I lack not a thing. So I I just say it like it is. Um, but anyway, I would go in and stuff like that, different purses and things like that. The reason why I don't invest in a lot of stuff like that because I'm not one that invests in things that devalue, that depreciate in value. Like I said, I want a Rolls Royce. Well, I know if I decide to sell that Rolls Royce, it's going to be appreciated in that value. You understand? When a car leaves the car lot, what does it do? It depreciates in value. So even when looking at God using us, when the one had the one talent, the five talent, and the 10 talent, the one with the one talent buried his talent. He took the one talent and gave it to the one with the 10 talents, the one that made everything produce more, right? So this is what God does. Because if you have a gift and you just let it sit there doing it, it goes. He takes it. So no, he's not an enemy giver, but you're wasting. You're wasting what God gives you. So that's where you have these terror readers and these people who prostitute their gifts for money. They prostitute their gifts and they do what they do, and people don't see what's happening. So God will say a curse. Remember what he said? He said, gifts and callings are without repentance. Gifts, your gift will make room for you. Listen, gifts and callings are without repentance. You think because they prophesy to you, talk about the stars and the moon and all of that, somehow that it is God speaking to them, and he tells you that it's not. That's a familiar spirit that's connected to a demonic spirit. Big God. That's it. Plain point. That's simple. You hear what I'm saying? So the fruits of it that shows you that when you do that, why y'all keep having to revisit and keep repeating these cycles and being stunted in your growth and stumbling blocks is because of the intentions and by way of where this information is coming from. They can dress up and look like they prosper and show you all they did because you shouldn't have to do all that to gain followers, money, or seniority in neither field wherever you work at. But society tells you that sex sells. So they don't see it and they won't admit it to themselves. When women do this, even in the church community, you're prostituting yourself, your gifts, yes. And that is why you're identified that way as where God sees it. Now, we talk about the Proverbs 31 woman in the same way. She made linen, she sold, she whatever. Her husband was important. He made doors open for her in the public, in uh, big places, because him having a position himself. It wasn't the absence of her not being able to work, of depending on his income, and yada yada yada. Like I said, for many years, we've been preached that wrong. For many years, and most people never preached about. I've never heard it when I was coming up. The prudent woman. They keep y'all stuck at the Proverbs 31 woman. When you had Dorcas, who made 5 lanes, she just you talk about fashion. She created robes and clothes and all that kind of stuff, different colors of purple and all that kind of. The Bible speaks to that. The women adorn themselves. You go into Ezekiel whatever, he starts to tell you about piercings. He starts to tell you about how he gave us the wear makeup and beautify ourselves and all the stuff. God did give that to us. But what happened? We have to reflect and we have to remember where he was coming from at that time. This is where Egypt was concerned. And he delivered them out of Egypt. That was the place of bondage, the place of lack, the place of want, the place of curses, and rebellion. So when you look at Egypt, whereas these people on this platform, when I always talk about goddesses and all that, when you really understand what that means, it's not good for you to run around calling yourself goddess, run around calling yourself mystic and wizards and witches and warlocks and the little creepy things that they put on their platform. Because at that point you're putting an identifiable to God. You're sending up a altar, a scent, a smell, because that's what happens in the spirit. And that's how God, with Cain and Abel and all of them, he reject their offerings, their sacrifices, because of that one thing. One brother did it the correct way, and the other brother, his intentions were wrong. That's the difference between the church and divination, witchcraft platforms, as they call it, tarot. So you had to say that to say this. Wherever you put your money, that's your livelihood. It's connected to your resources and your spirit life and your natural life. Because there's an energetic cord there. Understand that. So it does you no good to hate money. It's how you handle money that's the problem. Okay? He tells us specifically not to sow our seed into bad ground, but to sow our seed. He talks about this, it's more than cattle and tithe. He's talking about your money. Money. Currency. Money. Money. I don't know why. It's something about the church and the people and all this stuff here. Look here. This is what God said it is. It is what it is. And it wasn't for you to be broke. All that hoop line and all that kind of stuff. It. Now you do what you will with it. I'm exposing to you the truth. And the way God gave it to us and delivered it to us, this is what we purpose for our life. And it wasn't for you to just sit idly by and watch everything that might pass you by that you can't experience like you can. I told you, certain music I do not listen to, I do not entertain. As a matter of fact, I was talking to that girl and she said that that's not, she said, Miss Natalie, that is the music, the modern day church music that they listen to. My uncle started playing because he has these big woofers. You know how they like he's still back old school. Like I used to call him um Buster Rhymes. He got it with the dreads and everything. He ride around like I used to call him Uncle Buster Rhymes. And he said when I got here that he wanted me to listen to this like church song that he had wearing. So I guess I was out there talking to her. He turned it up. I mean the whole ground was shaking. Boom. I was like, what? And what caught me and see, I was talking to somebody who needed to see God in me. You hear me? And she seen my reaction to the music that my uncle was playing. I never heard this song before, y'all. Not even on TikTok. I said, I don't get on that stuff. If God don't lead me to something, I don't get it, no, nothing. Cause I don't, cause what, to me, once I'm introduced to something, it's hard to get it out my, you know what I mean? Y'all don't know if y'all like that. It's hard to get it out my brain. Like, you know what I mean? I don't like that. Ever since I found out what tarot was, I really despised the day it was introduced to me. That's the heaven's truth. I despise it. And I've said it many times to God. I don't know why you need it. Well, I know why, but why? I mean, like, you know, saying why without saying why. And I was like, everything was so much better before I knew what that was. I'm sorry, but it's just, and it's like, you meet a person and you figure out what's the worst thing that ever happened. Why? Why did you date that person separated insanity? That's the way I felt about Carol. Seriously. They hyped it up, they buffed it up. It didn't take very long for me to see the whole shebang of it. And it just disgusted me from there. And I've never been one to call people out their names and deliberately hurt people and say the things that they say on their platform. So if it is with me and the way I approach people and the way I want people to feel when I'm out, when I leave their presence. Maya Angelou had a poem about that, I believe. And that's the way I live. When I meet people, when I read, I want the statement to be imprinted upon their heart. That they met something of value that caused them to be of value, realize their value, to understand that they don't have to settle so they can become very much so what their heart's desires that needs to be met. For them to come up out of that place of want, that place of wherever it is that they are, that when I leave their space, they're able to see God, they're able to see a light in the darkest place of their lives. That is my heart. Nothing else, you guys. That is my heart. If I had in company Terry today to minister like I did to that lady, I would embrace that person and pray for them and help them and believe God to transform their life. I wouldn't, and she told me that she would tell my rebuke you saying, she was getting down. And I was saying to myself, I said, wow. And it's hard for me in times because I do feel like sometimes it makes, I'm in a space sometimes that it's almost like I'm the only one in the world. So I understand what Jesus had to do because I don't, I don't do, I don't live like other people. And it kind of makes you, it's like people will try to make you feel bad. Satan will try to condemn you. And, you just, so I don't feel bad about it in a way. It's just, it's the difference that sets you apart, you know? And I feel people deeper than they think that I do. That's why I'm able to perceive certain things from afar because I understand that I've been there. I understand how hard it is. I understand that it's not easy waiting. You know what I mean? So there's so many components that come into that. So my heart for people and children and things like that. When I hear somebody saying, well, she may not accept my children or whatever, well, you keep that moving. Because if I didn't say that, if I didn't give you no indications of that, why would you be trying to, you know what I mean? Force that narrative into my space, into my life? Well, I didn't give you no reason to. And it just goes to show you some people are not ready. They're not. They think they are. They say they are, but they're not. You know, and you have to accept that. Don't force people to change. Don't force people to be in your life. Don't force all of this. No, 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 no. And if you're not comfortable, I was offered. I had a job confirmation that was offered to me that would pay me what I was really searching for. But I knew I wasn't going to be dedicated to that job. I had to drive over the water, over the bridge, which I was already scared of. To make that, I was already working a job, and it demanded. I had 11 to 7, and I had to drive over almost 2 hours away to my second job, and I had 4 children still. And sports and everything a little hard to do. As me being a mother, their dads wasn't helping me. I had to do it on my own. So I had to work 2 jobs, come home, manage a life of 4 girls, meet their needs, be in church, have a prayer life, witness to people, preach to people, all of that. I had to do that. Pay my own bills, make my own way, fight against all kind of things that was battling against me, people talking about me, people lying on me. I had to outlive their lie. Seriously. But I didn't give up. I took the challenge, took it head on, and I faced it. Whatever they threw at my way, I faced it head on. And I said, this is the, I refuse to allow that to be me. I refuse to take down. I refuse to let them be right when I know that's not who God called me to be. So, upon life, I continue to prove them wrong. That second job was a financial job. I was working for part of a bank institution. And in there, they have a lot of competitiveness. If you ever know, you know, working in corporate America, in like, you know, and I found out very fast that I didn't like it. You had to make quotas. You had to, yeah, all that yada yada, to get bonuses and all that. And then, I'm not, I'm not a salesman, so I was like, I'll kind of look at preachers that way. So it was funny for me to know that God called me to be a preacher. Because me trying to convince somebody to buy a product, y'all, it took a while for me to do it. Believe me, it don't sound like it, but it is. Well, I used to just laugh at my own self sometimes. It's just see how God had me to grow like a chia pet. You know what I mean? And I thank God for that growth and that elevation. Nevertheless, it was some challenges because I didn't have a one track mind, but there were certain things that I was like, mm. But one thing I stayed committed to, and God does look at that. See, I was being tested in a lot of things, and it even started with that one thing. Understand, it takes money and it takes time. It takes from those people who take their time to view your resume to hire you, and it does not work out because you don't produce what they think that's coming that they're making sound judgment to bring you on board to their company. So why, if you know that, why waste their time? What I learned working, I used to work for Coca-Cola, the soda company, um, and I was pregnant with my baby girl, and her father had a rough time from him going back. He entered into college, and after the military, I told him don't give up. To just go ahead and go to college. I can take care of, and do what I need to do, whatever. By, even in the midst of that, he could find a job and stuff. So he was bouncing in between, because he was one of them, even in the military. He was, mm, I don't say you're a pretty boy. He's not, he's not a pretty boy. However, he has some of those memories. So just say the whole air conditioning thing. He's not gonna work nowhere that ain't no air conditioning. So what he did in the military, it baffles me today. That in order for him to work and do what he did in the military, he had to go in some degrees of these no. And I don't know how to today. But that brother, uh-uh, that hot stuff, mm-mm. So the job that he was working at, I don't know if he's still there or whatever, I don't come into it. I just kept seeing it. And he knew that he needed to change. He knew it. And they was even saying that they was going to close the company. You think he went out to try to, and he waits till that happens to try to go get a job instead of preparing for what he knew was coming. You see what I mean? So, um, as my belly grew, and I had to leave because I was due to have baby girl, and I needed to find a daycare for baby girl. Um, he left me to do everything. He didn't leave me as in relationships. He left me to have to do all the hard work. That's what I'm saying. But he took credit abroad me like it was him, you know? big man on campus, daddy on campus. So sometimes I had to put my shoes on and let him know, baby, you got to step up. You feel what I mean? So that being said, the position that I had, because at that point he had lost his job, he threw a temper tantrum at one of his jobs, and I tried to calmly talk to him like I'm talking to y'all, and I displayed to him why we should not argue while you're at work. He was working with mental patients and stuff. Well, I seen it coming. I flashed before me. I saw it. And this was before church. And I tried to end the phone call with him so what I saw wouldn't take place. But it still happened. Because he let his anger get the best of him. And I said, we can talk about this when you get off. He was so ticked off, y'all. And one of the mental patients tried to escape or something. They had to wrestle the person down to the floor. And the whole time he had me in pocket on the phone. And I'm saying to him, I don't want to say his name, but I'm calling his name and saying, mind your, don't be upset. Try to calm down. And the person somehow was able to get a leg loose and kick him. And he went off and lost his job because he literally beat the Pope out of that man. Oh, Jesus. So here we was back at square one with him a job that he just recently got hired to, and that was something good. Um, and I don't know, y'all. But he was so upset because of what we was discussing. And I'm not gonna put that out there, but he wasn't favoring that situation, and I was asking him, please let it go and allow us to talk about this when we get off of work or when the time is convenient with you, you know. But he wasn't having it, and he took it out, you know, in a situation at work and lost his job. So therefore, when I got ready to have baby girl, I had to leave the position which I had got through a temp service because even though I held jobs, my third income coming in would be that temp service. That if I lost any one of those jobs, that temp service would stand in between. See what I mean? So was y'all following me? Y'all got lost. Y'all thought I was off the subject, didn't you? No. I was teaching you something through all of that. So therefore, the streams of income, like Apostle said, see what I mean? So where I left that bank job, I um the financial job, I didn't like the way they were selling people. You know what I mean? It wasn't me, so I just was honest and I just put my 2 weeks in and told them that I'm sorry, I don't want to waste their time, but that is not for me. So I had the temp service to fall back on, plus a job, this other job, my um, night job, which was 11 to 7, and in between that, I would use the temp service, so they would call me out to do certain. And one of my things is I knew they paid good at Coca-Cola and stuff in Florida where I was. Um, so I desired it. I never thought that God would do it the way He did. So how the opportunity came was through the temp service. And the lady called me and she's like, Miss Kelly, I have to confront you. She was like, I said you first because anytime I call you answer, you know what I mean? People knew that they could depend. You know that I would show up, I was an honest person or whatever. People knew that to be my character. So it wasn't hard for me to stay in, with certain things because they learned that about me very fast. And they opened up doors for me. So by me, um, what's that? By me, um, being punctual, for as work is concerned and accepting the opportunities, and stuff like that, they would put me first on the list. That when something came available, they would check and see if I wanted it, you know? And she told me, she said, it's a warehouse position, da 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 da. So when I came in, that's when she surprised me with it. Because I never talked to her before, and I had said that. I said, I'm not afraid to work the warehouse. And I was like, people think I'm a little cute girl that, like whatever. People to this day still baffled. Like, I love motorcycles. That is something that I want to do later on. I love motorcycles, gun ranges, stuff like that. And when people look at me, they don't know what it is, but they don't see that. When I say something about fighting, people don't see that. Um, Stuff like that. But anyway, um, she was excited. She didn't tell me, but I accepted it. Or whatever. When I got in, that's when she told me it was Coca-Cola, and that I was having an opportunity. When I went to work there, make a long story short, when I went to work there, the managers took supervisors. There you go. Took favor in me. I was doing a man's job at 8 months, 9 months pregnant, and I went into labor because I was hard headed and God told me not to go to work. It's time for me to come off the job, and I did it anyhow. So I ended up going into labor with baby girl and confirmation because I was working through the temp service. They're not supposed to hold a position for you, but see, that's when connections come in. Not working over who you know sometimes. You see what I mean? And he said, because I like you and I like your work ethic and you punctual, you show up, you would get the job. But the thing would be is that even so doing that, to hire me, they would have to pay the contract out. That's how temp services work. If they was to hire you, they would have to pay out the contract of the company. You see what I mean? For you to hire you on with their business, with their company. So he explained that to me and everything. And I asked him, I said, well, since then I came on through the temp service. Could my um, child's father hold the position until at least until my 6 weeks? You know what I mean? Or whatever. But I knew when he got out the military, he did say that he would like to work at that company. So it was a win-win. And I was like, okay, well, we doing this thing. You know what I mean? And I was all excited and excited to see him start working and everything. That rascal got there and went to complain. It's so hot, yo. He complained about everything. How should I eat that? Hey, now I'm the girl. I'm the one. Baby mama, happy baby. Who he thought he was better than. His mama thought he deserved something better than me. He deserved um uh, a doctor and a lawyer and this and a that and all that. This and that. Somebody gonna put up with his behind. Um, he ended up working for 2.5 weeks and he quit. You know what that made me look like? I stuck my neck out in my name. And I never will forget that. I was like, do you realize that it was something that the supervisor saw that caused that when I went back, I said, I'm gonna show y'all what happened. Remember I said God was telling me that my body was going to pay for what I had did when I didn't stop working. Did 9 months and doing streams work I was doing the baby girl, right? Being in my stomach. And I was near my due date. He kept telling me, go ahead, let it go. I didn't want to let go of that job because I always wanted to work for Coca-Cola. And they made, and for you to be able to have insurance and all that kind of stuff. Well, all that, the perks that he needed, right? So by him doing it and by him doing what he did, he missed up the opportunity that we had within the company or whatever. Um, but they, anyway, me going back, or whenever they accepted me back, but to get to that, I had baby girl. Now, I just had my baby. And because he walked out and left the position, I knew that I had to do make moves fast. So there it was, baby girl, like 2.5, just approaching like 3 weeks old. Guess where I was? Trying to find a daycare to accept my baby. Actually before then. Yep, because they just denied me to take my baby at any daycare because she was still a newborn. Um, and yeah, thank you, Holy Spirit. It was a church, um, a Spanish church. As a matter of fact, not far from where I am now. When I talked to them, the lady was saying no. She was like, she don't think that's a good idea because my baby was so tiny. She was too small. She just, and all of that. And I begged them. I was like, please, because I have more kids and I really need to, you know, and all that. So some told her to go to the pastor of the church, the man that owned whatever, crap, child. And he came back and talked. They told, tell you what, your baby, give it to your baby is at least 2.5 weeks old, at least that. And then I will go ahead and put that she's already at the 6 week mark so then we can accept her into the daycare. So I went with my little wives' tail wagging on back to work. My grandmother said, no, that's going to weigh on your body. You need to stop it, girl. You need to stop it. I did not listen. Afraid of what people were going to say about me not working. So my body definitely took a hit. I ended up back in the hospital having a um having to go through labor all over again. What is called a setback labor. That's when a woman gets moving around, gets doing things before her body, and I ended up back at the hospital. And only thing different is you're not pushing the baby out, but you have to go through labor all over again. And you have to setback. And I didn't give up. I kept, you know, trying to figure out different ways to ask it. When God was steady trying to tell me, I've always said for you to establish your own company, your own business, and I taught you how to work with your hands. And that's when God began to show me. Instead of me trying to find daycare and leaving the girls and all that, He was teaching me how to develop the discipline, position myself to be able to bring in income, make different streams, and to different ways of me um, bringing in those streams of income and creating revenue for my life and my girls. So the girl's dad was paying every month, every 2 weeks, I think um, it was 40 some dollars. Remember, I had 4 children. So the lie that was told was he was the one handling things. He even lied to the girl. He think I don't know that to this day. Telling her that he could not leave me for the sake of the children because I needed his help because I didn't work. Uh-huh. He said that. Yes, he did. And he made his family think that as well. He had never, ever, he never even bought food. And I bought groceries to his house. That was a lie. It was me that made him look good on the outside because people didn't know what was going on between me and I. The whole time I did not go out and degrade him, make him feel. So one day it was social media, Facebook, and I don't know, he had an attitude about. And he messed around because he had followed me on Facebook. I said I didn't think it was a bad idea because he's so loose with talking to people and stuff like that. So he said, "Follow me back." What you waiting on? You waiting out here and getting your own to be able to follow me back. You ain't there. I don't understand. I don't. Hey, I forgot about us following each other. Hey, got on Facebook one day. Y'all know I hate Facebook. Y'all never seen me on Facebook. Uh-uh. And lo and behold, and he had his aunt from New York. She had got close to me on there. And people watching me and following me. I didn't know y'all. The girl, all the whole nine. Yeah, women out here hating me and wanting to fight me. Thinking I wasn't with that boy. Maybe they know I had to move on with somebody else. Trying to make this stuff look good. If she watching this broadcast, now she knows the truth. That he was telling her that he needed to be there financially for me to go because he was dragging her along because the whole time, like I said, he was only doing just enough. And his thing was that he would stick around and do what he was doing just to see if I was going to actually marry somebody. As long as I didn't force the issue or whatever, he didn't care as long as he was in my life. See what I mean? When it got to the point of me getting ready to marry somebody, that's when he went to, mm-hmm, and it got crazy. He didn't want to hear that. It's okay as long as I was just dating somebody that was serious. See what I mean? Whenever I start talking about moving on, then all that yap he was doing it would change. So he didn't have time to put into the other women because he was too worried about what I was doing and was not going to make a decision. There was two predominant people that I came across that it brought the worst out of him. So he almost turned his mama car over while he was driving. I could understand because if you feel like the person that you're with is not worth or you're better than them, why is it affecting you for us to be apart? You see what I mean? So he was doing stupid stuff. He was doing crazy stuff. He started doing things with the one guy that he knew I was very much, yes, but I had to be honest with myself. I didn't think the guy was ready for marriage, but he would have been the one I would have said yes to, and I would have married. And my baby daddy, he was, he was very nice to the point he was staying outside. Um, he was staying outside by my windows and all kind of stuff, y'all. He was doing all kind of stuff. He was following, called me, told me he was following me down one night, and he went out with his friend, and he was like, they got uh, two girls in the car or something like that. He didn't even know I was talking to him on the phone. He took his boy out, and she had, they was, they was in his car, and his car had tint. He didn't see the whole scenario of what was there. So he wasn't with nobody, but he was telling me that he saw the guy that I was with, and they was all out going to a strip club or something good. Um, like the dude had a girl and he had a girl, and that wasn't even it wasn't even just a scenario. What he didn't know is the boy had two twin sisters, and they was at an age that or whatever. One of his sisters was in for she was in from college or whatever. He had to go all the way back because his mama stayed in the city on the outskirts of Tampa and take her home. Do you know my baby daddy followed that boy and tried to convince me that he was cheating on me? He came straight home. Even while they was at the club, he was talking to me on the phone. He checked in. That was his nature. When he was at work, on his break, or whatever, he checked in with me. And we had, like daily, we had regular talk with one another because he had a son, in which his son would be home with me. Because he was with his mom. He had got out of prison, but he was with his mom um, until we started dating. And he moved with me during that time. So I was like really happy because I didn't have sons. And his son was like my son. You know what I mean? Um, but I didn't drag it. We just knew that we was at that point that it had reached its peak, the stage that it was time for us to let each other go, even though we didn't want to. But in between that, that's when the child, my daughter's dad was like, oh, man. So, and all that to be saying, how did that fit in? Mental anguish. It caused him to do all this acting out that he was doing. Instead of him just coming to me and being honest, because he was so thinking that I was going to hurt him because of what his mama was saying. He went through this whole time, y'all, faulting me for everything he went through in life, becoming bitter, all that, but yet hanging on for love's sake because his heart was ever with me. Now you see, so he left with the bitter bite of following out with his mom and his friend group, changing the narrative. You understand? And what God gave him, and now it's gone. Ain't no return. I watched as those certain things started happening. Instead of me getting bitter, I got better. That makes sense. Um, and that's how God led me to finding financial freedom, being able to find balance, because God loves balance. He hates a false balance. That's in Proverbs. Um, these are the disciplines, different traits when it comes to money. You being able to see money differently. It's about how you handle money. Amen. Um, he had me share that story about him because he went through life like that with us and our relationship with the mental anguish. And he was acting out in certain ways instead of him opening up and saying, I love you and I just want us, whether you married or not. But instead of him doing that, we went all around the world, going around the world, I can't find my baby. Jesus. He just went through it. Now I was tired of the, you know what I mean? Like, at this point, not this point. at that point what I was doing. It's no, you have to grow up to make you have to make so just imagine you having at 40 another baby. Oh, and he talked about he was just playing. No, you wasn't. And I knew then. But God let that happen and come out his mouth with what he said. And that's how God got me to do what he wanted me to do. And I cut him off for good. Yep, you guys, that's what happened. And if you live through all that, I love you. Amen. Um, so yeah, when it came to us in finances and how God taught me to bounce back from mental anguish and allowing bondage and traumas and all those things to dictate my life and make me feel like I wasn't going to be able to make it, then that's the way God taught me how to mentally remain functional and intact without allowing all those overwhelming emotions and all those things, you know what I mean? To overwhelm my life and to be able to teach other people, to be able to show them, not just tell them, but show them, you know, how it's done and how God can play a role in your life. But God is not going to force feed you. He's not going to force you into anything. And I just pray that it's really blessing somebody and helping you and um, uh, giving you that you get excited about your life and about your opportunities in life. And if you dream and you just stop working on that, you got discouraged or anything, that somehow just to bridge that gap for you to see that you can pick that back up again. You can make it happen. You can do it. I don't care what sickness or what you had to go through. You want to go back to college, go back to college. You want to open up your business, open your business. You want to, you know, produce computer programs or whatever. The only reason I don't have a college degree is because I chose not to have a college degree. And it's still not off the table. You know what I mean? Because now that I'm free, that I don't have to, well, I still have some, when it comes to the, even though they're grown and I have grandkids, but there's still an opportunity for me if I want to go to college. But it was just even when I was coming up and my people were pushing me, yeah, we're gonna be a doctor, you're gonna be a but I just, um, I went to go to college. But all my children graduated and they all went to college. Some are still in college. All of that. Beyond school, honey. And I mean, it looked like they just stayed in college, actually. And I'm very proud of that because they were willing to make sacrifice for themselves to go even farther than their mother. And not as a punch in the gut or a throw off. It's because I want to see my children exceed me. Amen. And excel in life. If they didn't have to depend on the government and me and sell their bodies and all that stuff. That makes sense. Um, so when I talk and I speak so highly and mindful of them, that is because and I understand that they did their thing, they did the work. I said, no boyfriends, y'all gonna graduate, y'all gonna stay virgins until then. Boom, we did the thing, okay? And God blessed me for that. Even my brothers, they look at me as their sister, and when it comes to their children, they oftentimes say that they was able to glean that from my life, and I told them, don't compare your situation to my situation. Um, and you don't have to be perfect. Makes sense as in the definition of human definition of perfect, as the way I raise my kids, that they thinking that, you know, that there's no all out book for raising children. You have to deal with the punches as they come. You have some children that's not so hard. We know we've been children. Maybe you was the bullheaded one, the rebellious one, the hard, you know what I mean? That's why I say to think God has so much patience. If you just sit back and imagine how much patience God has with us, because some of us are a piece of work, to be honest. So, you know, I thank God for that because, and I think what relationship in the latter part is that is what kind of bothered me a little bit, but I feel like um somehow to allow certain people in my life that I had dated that it would tarnish what I had worked so hard to build. You know what I mean? I worked so hard to build that when it came to other people being able to trust me, that I show up when I say something I mean, I carry that. You know what I mean? Um, being there for people. So I don't speak things that I don't, so people know that to be my character. And it just went from there that people, wherever I go, I don't have to do what I see a lot of people do. And people get mad at that. That's just honestly. Some people are more famous and all of that, and they don't like it. Why her? Why she? And I'm like, I'm just little old me, little Nelly. I'm just little old me. You know what I mean? And they be clawing and scratching and all that. I be like, come on, you guys, what is going on? God made this world big enough for all of us to be able to achieve what needs to. That's the same thing with church divination platforms and whatever else is going on. The stuff that's going on is really crazy. It's absurd. It should not be, just like God said it should be. Because it's enough gifts, it's enough. Just imagine if all of us really put this together to do what God wanted us to do. Ain't no devil in hell could survive here on earth. But we can't even do one little thing. And that's what I ask the terror leaders all the time. How can you say you love God when you hate the church? You hate people. God said that. Anybody who say they're religious, who say that they believe in God, he said, how can you love me, whom you never seen, but you can't even love the person that you see every day? And that's including yourself. So that tell me right there you're a con. It can't delusional. You can't see your own self. There's people who done darn well deserve to not ever be in my presence again. For me to hate them, for me to whatever, and not ever. No, they don't get that. They don't get that space in my life. They don't. No, they don't get them. Mm-mm. And see, you'll probably go follow up a Terry and they'll say, "Oh, that's what they did before." You making this person ego inflate. You inflating their ego because when people want to hate them for what they did to you saying things as if this person never did. But who said they didn't do that? I just made that statement very blunt and plain and clear, didn't I? That the person that's coming into my life have nothing to do with whatever it took place in my life was supposed to happen. Now I understand because he's saying you a woman that deserves better than that. Okay, well be about it. Let him perform what he come in my life to do. You know what I mean? But for him to be excessive to the point to say, oh well he was a fool and keep that to yourself. I agree. I agree with you. We agree. But you ain't got to run it in because you want to come in my life and mix in like you some superhero that swoop in and I'm gonna make this happen for you and I'm gonna do this good. Because at the end of the day, somebody gonna be disappointed or not so happy. Because I don't mind telling you everything that God does for me. I don't care who you use. That's including my mama. I had to say it to my mama too at one point. Because everybody felt like when I started preaching and stuff, and they felt like, okay, well, if we give you money, then we ought to be able to dictate this and that or whatever. That was a quick, God cut it. He said, cut it. Family and all, let him know. Mm-mm. So God had to humbly tell my mom, if it wasn't for God, you wouldn't do nothing for me, and neither would anybody else. So while I value and appreciate you supporting ministry, you supporting me as a leader, as a daughter, and respecting me, I have to let you know because your money does not dictate. You know what I mean? Because I have to answer to God. So that's the same thing. When men approach me on the internet, it was a quick turn off for me because the first thing it would be, they didn't know anything about me. They just judged the picture. They already knew I was a public figure, but it would still come off wrong. Even some of them I knew when they was talking to me, they didn't have what they said that they had. But I didn't deflate their ego. I let them shoot their shot just to see what they was going to I was like a test. I didn't want to see the way they was trying to run game. But they found out that it flopped. It wasn't what they thought. They thought I was gullible and naive because I didn't. They used to women arguing with them, and I'm always saying that, man. I was about my father's business. Like I said, I knew when the right one approached me, he would get my attention. So I didn't have to announce that to everybody. So basically, that is how the whole thing went to that and how the ups and downs and finding stability and sobriety and understanding the mindset plays a big part and key role, intricate part in your life, being successful, being wealthy, being rich, being abundant. If you don't change that mindset and judgment and the things we're holding on to that, uh, yeah, what's the name of the thing, honey? Mental conflict and I hate that. I'm getting tired, y'all. Thank you. Thank you, babies. I heard you when you said it. Mental anguish. It's gonna stunt your growth. Because anytime, remember Moses, that's how he missed the promised land. His anger caused him to miss God. So as us being believers, we very well know that that will play a part. Okay, amen. But those different transitions and taught me a lot about myself, what I deserve in my life, not by what my mother did or what I saw her or what my father did and did not do, and know anything and none of that. My life was walked out based off of what I observed around me in my community and my atmosphere, and from the basis of that, understanding that I deserve more. I deserve better. I deserve to be happy. I deserve, yes, for myself and not allow anyone to make me feel bad about it. Amen. And God backed it up. Amen. The way I look, I like my stretch marks. I like my whatever skin tone this is. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Um, my grandmother said people in tans. So I ain't black black, but I'm a darker skin tone. And I don't know. I just can't complain. I love me. Like right now, I'm saying, when I got back here, all of a sudden I didn't have no stomach and I done got a little change. And I'm just like, y'all, look, I ain't gonna say nothing. I don't know like they do it and then show you. But yes, sister finna get this shit off because I don't even know what, because I haven't even been eating like that. I told y'all I gained weight differently, but I was just like, it's not like anything about me not, I like being I'm not a healthy girl. You know what? I was gonna say I wear a size, but I don't even know what size I wear. But I do know at one point I was wearing, this is the God honest truth, y'all. At one point I was wearing a triple X, I think it was, like a size 20, a size 18. That was years ago. Um, I can't wear none of those clothes. Now, like when I go to stores and all that stuff, I gotta burn that stuff or whatever. Um, Now I don't know what to tell them. When they be like, "Ma, what size you wear?" Ma, they just guesstimate, and my children know me pretty well. They do pretty well, especially baby girl and the second, this yeah, the second oldest or whatever. The other one, the middle one, which would be the third one. I'm not a tennis shoe fan, but there was some tennis shoes that I shown up like there's some name brand tennis shoes, and she wouldn't tell me how much they cost because she know I was already finna get to complaining and say, no, don't buy that, no. Because I knew when she went to her and her husband, because I didn't know until I had got mine that they both had a pair. And because they used to dress alike a lot and stuff like that. And y'all, it was so funny. And I was hearing that, oh, I somehow was brainwashing my children and using them for their money, and they was the one taking care of me. I was like, what? Anyway, you just laugh because people they don't have anything, so they just change. I have the receipts, the text messages, and the money transfers that come out of my money that goes to them, not the other way around. Now, if it's instances or whatever come around where they need to help into something or whatever, which I don't do that to them or whatever. Like I said, I'm that person. If I need something or something, it's like a donkey that's untrained trying to pull the teeth out their mouth and trying to get them to be still at the same time. I'm that stubborn when it comes to asking people for anything or whatever. So even so, I laugh about that too, being a preacher. When like we would go to services and they would tell us to be the moderators and all that kind of stuff, I would be sliding down in the seat when people call me. I'll be like, "What that consist of? What I gotta do?" And I'll be like, "Well, can you have somebody else to take up the offering in front of me?" And it used to be so funny. They was like, "Oh, we gonna get you out of it. We gonna break you. We gonna get you out of this." So Prophetess Slaughter, I can say her name. Prophetess Slaughter was the one that was like, she has these fascinating ways to get you to comply with what she was. But she was like, "Girl, you just." So I wasn't hard headed. I was to do everything, but it was just like because she was steady. Like when it came to prophesying, I love Prophetess Slaughter because she did push that out of me though, because I'm so reserved, and I would be the one that come in church and sit in the back, and they would have to usher me to the front and stuff like try not to be noticed. Um, and she did push me to a point. Um, because even though I was already preaching and speaking, I was still that way. I think Fantasia said the same thing about herself. Even when she performed, she still get nervous and stuff like that. And so with me, but you would never know it. That when I hit the stage, you would never know that that is me. People see me totally, and I sit as shy, as still as a prophet. And all of this stuff y'all be hearing, this teaching, and all of this stuff. No, ain't nothing phony or fake about it. It's just the anointing that is on my life. And when you step up in God, when He uses you like that, people often see that. It's not just that in the person, because I'm still bold and stuff, even when I'm not in. We don't stay in the clouds of heaven all day. You know what I mean? We are human beings. I like to laugh. I like to. It's one of the things. I don't know if it's still on here. Well, you'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna search and see. And if not, I will take it back out. Um, I posted it on here, and somebody was looking at me like in a like way. And when I came back to the place that the man had met me, he was looking at me like I just can't believe it. Um, me and my daughter had went somewhere, and I was playing basketball. And the guy was looking at he literally on his face. I didn't have to answer nothing. The whole thing said it. I'm interested in you, but I said he must have. I know he found me online, but he was the way he was observing me, y'all. He was just like, no way. And I was like, why do people think that preachers can't live? Why do people think that I like to do things? Don't get me wrong. When y'all be hearing me talk, it's just I just mind who I do it with. You know what I mean? So I think my like whenever if I do decide to get married, he's probably gonna be just as complex as me, and probably long as he ain't arrogant, cocky, egotistical. Those things, you know what I mean? But I don't think that he's gonna be a person that lets you run over him and stuff like that. So I think we're going to get along very well. I really do. I feel it in my bones. From what God has shown me and told me where our characters are concerned, I think our nationalities will mix match, meaning I think that my husband mm, what would be will not be one part of me, which is black. Um, however, I find that it would be very intriguing to him to get to know me in person outside of my work online and what I do. Um, to really have a deep conversation with me and to get to know who I am, I think he's going to be very shocked. I think so. I really do. I think it's going to even if he takes some space from me for a minute, I think it's going to out of everything he thinks he's watched me and learned about me, I think it's gonna throw him a little bit because I feel that the person that is coming into my life, he already maybe we've not been introduced in that way to each other, but I think this person knows of me. Um, and I feel that he's had eyes on me for some time. He write things down. He mentally make notes. He's been God has been working on him during this time frame. He just God is just honoring my prayers where I don't want to know tarot reader. I don't want to know everything about my husband entering into my life. I want it to be a surprise. I want that. And that's what makes me mad because I feel that there's no boundaries and respect with these people. You feel what I'm saying? Um, let people have that. Everybody don't want their business. You know what I mean? When I'm prophesying to somebody about certain things and all of that, God don't take me through all that about their male phallic and all that and somebody burnt them and this why they don't trust or whatever. Let me conversate with him. Let him be open enough that you know what I mean? So what happens is when men hearing all this, because it's the same with you being in a relationship with them and you taking their business and stuff. So this is what readers are doing. So just think about that. If he's that type of man, so he's obviously when it could not have been took that long for him to approach you, he said, "Oh man, and she got the perfect gift or the psychic gift and all this." You know what I'm saying? She do what I do. Divination. No, I don't do what you do. It's divination, but it's from God, not demons. And I don't like that. So here this man is all up in his head because he might not know what that is. Because I didn't know preaching was divination in no form. I didn't even know what divination was. Till just a couple of years ago when I learned what tarot was. That's the truth. Never knew, ever, ever. Never knew. I never knew that church had that it was equated to be a business or a divination. Never. And that just goes to show people will size you up by people that they think and all this kind of stuff when that is not the narrative. That is totally not. So that's why I had to learn how to, I'll speak and tell y'all things and just to show y'all the things that I had to come through or whatever and how like, not to let it affect me. You know what I mean? So you can understand that too. Try people, let people talk. Let them say what they, whatever. As long as you know, that's the thing with me. I know that my heart is pure. I know that my hands are clean. I know that I don't do none of those things. So when God delivers me from people, it's just like when they say things and I see them, it, it's as if like you don't exist. You know what I mean? I think that really does. I think it does. It really does something to people when they think they know you, and when it really comes out that they wasn't as important as they think they were in your life, it makes them mad. When you overcome, when you make them a lie and become all that they say you could, it makes them mad because now people see them for who they really are because they're liars. They're haters. Child, my hair just flew across my face. I almost pulled a whole strand out. You heard me? Um, and yeah, so that's why I say, why let people ruin your mood and all that kind of stuff? Be happy. Be, you know what I mean? Preachers be like, oh, she's too emotional. Oh, she laughed too much. Oh, take your groggy, mutt face somewhere and sit down. Why does that bother you for somebody to show joy or happiness or whatever? God got it right there in His Word that we supposed to have that. Why you have to sit up in church and look like you got a bullet to the face or something? Like y'all need to grow up, get delivered, set free or something, because foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. And I don't care who they are. I don't care how much money they. I don't care if they never don't. You ain't gotta never invite me to preach nowhere. I said the same thing when somebody said something about TD Jakes or whatever. I said, you think I give anything in heck or Tuvalu about TD Jakes and anybody else giving me a platform? He messed up when he did it to Juanita Bottoms. Wherever God want me to preach, whatever God want me to do, guess what? Ain't no devil in hell gonna gatekeep nothing. Period. See, people don't like that. Who is she? I don't like that. She no, you supposed to be somewhere crying. You supposed to be somewhere, they done set you up and all that kind of stuff. Child, please. God done brought me from a mighty long way. He done brought me too far for me to sit up there and allow, that's foolishness. Foolishness, baby. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Not even my children. I told myself, I said, Natalie, baby. So you let them go on and do what they do. Because I seen where, a little bit of rebellion picked up in them or whatever, but God just continued to let me know that doesn't reflect who you are as a mother or a woman of God. Because they gonna go through those stages. Amen. So I didn't allow people to do that. You know what I mean? One of the evangelists when her daughter, I'm just whatever, when her daughter or whatever, and I remember she said that to me because she was talking about they witnessed me being able to raise my kids and stuff, and they all respected me about that or whatever, and I would never uh expect, I didn't doubt it or whatever either, when, like you said, even communication corrupt good manners. And there's something else that I did not finish and complete it when I was talking to y'all on one of the broadcasts. And I said that my daughter, when she graduated with the medical field or whatever, she started um hanging out with doctors and nurses, and like LPNs and all that kind of stuff. And I was happy, but at the same time, I knew because I had saw, and she was married at the point, and ah, God, help me. Y'all, woo, if y'all really knew the life of this lady, all that distance swap stuff y'all be talking about, I don't see how y'all, honey, I don't want nobody else's life. That's sorry, no thank you. Because what you see, you have no idea the hell I had to come through. You don't know how my heart breaks to see my baby walking around with man's clothes on. Yeah, I said it like that for a purpose. I know how to say means. You don't know for my second oldest when she went into the military and I ain't seen her in probably 10, 12 years. To finally God answer my prayers to spend a couple of months with my baby because it hurted me to separate from my baby because they had never been apart from me and stuff. Y'all hear what I'm saying? She sits, and I'm gonna be transparent with y'all because I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all think that everything about me is all him and everything. No, it's not. To hear we was, she took me to a restaurant, and the devil got in her because her husband wasn't worried about it, but some about her they hate to hear me preach. So I guess that was her spirit animal, y'all. So she said, oh, the devil is a lie. So nobody in the family could actually believe it, actually. And I mean, truthfully, I really didn't do. I stay out people way. If I be in the room or whatever the case may be, so she was doing things like that. She talked to my mom, same thing. She said, I just want my mom to be happy. I just want my mom to be at peace. I just want me, and I'm telling you, when I tell you, they did their thing. Her and her husband. I'm telling y'all, when I was doing no broadcast, remember with the sky and all that, and the tornado and all that in Mexico, whatever, that house that we was in, I mean, that was a bad house. Yeah, yeah, man. And my son, you see how I say that? Like I had him. Oh Lord, she'll be mad at me. But I say it like I had him because we got along just like that. But I was starting to think that he was putting bad vibes in between me and her. And God kept saying it's not him. And it was hard for me to accept that God was telling me it's not him, it's her. So I was like, but I never did anything to her. And I prayed that I would be able to reconnect with her, in this phase. And I can't tell you the career that she has made. Oh my God, if her daddy was alive today, she has made, through leaps and bounds, my baby. Whew, I don't want to cry. Let me tell y'all, I'm going to just put it like this. She may be the first judge in the family. My baby have accomplished so much, even in the military. She didn't stop going to college. My baby, by the time she was in just a freshman, I think it was, she had.
wrote down all her goals and everything. She wanted to go to a certain prestige college and everything. I watched my baby day and night. She was like her mom. She stayed up day and night. Sometimes she didn't even get an hour of sleep. And she jumped right up, be on time, dressed, the impressive, everything. And she would go to school and she would repeat the same thing. And when it got hard for me, she was like, "No, mom, I'm gonna get a job before I leave to go into the military," because I was scared that she was gonna get in, with some boy or something and lose her virginity and all that. And just to be honest, my baby kept up and didn't get to well after 25. And I'm telling y'all, this is tears of joy, not because it was nobody but God. And when I looked on the thing, it was a comment that was made on somebody's status, and the lady said, she said, "I thank you for doing this message," because she said, "I thought it was only me." And she was like, "I'm a 30-something-year-old virgin," and I kept bringing it home to my girls. So when her husband called me from the military, they both was in the military, and I had prophesied to my baby, and I was like, I just didn't see her husband being black though. I told her that her husband, I think he's gonna be of that nationality, of another nationality. And I was so proud of her. So they had got to Japan. I told her, I said, because it was something going on with something, I can't say too much because the whole military thing and all that. But it ended up, we went into prayer about it and God opened it for her and shifted for her. She was my baby. When she got in, she was going up rank so fast, y'all. Till God was steady showing me, see, I've been with you all this time, and I'm not gonna fail you. That they gonna be everything that you can think they can be. So for me to see my daughter put on men's clothes, not her. Hold on. Oh my Lord. We gotta stop this crying, Lord. We gotta stop this crying. Okay. Oh Lord. Can y'all hear me? Uh, oh Lord. Let's see. Well, it's saying that it's connected. I'm trying to make sure that y'all can still hear me. Y'all be having me crying and stuff. Okay, now I can hear myself. Um, and I think the reason why God does that is because so many parents are going through things. Um, and people need to hear that.
If y'all can hear me, hold on, because it says it's not. Oh, come on. What is it? Man, I'm looking. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, now I hear it. You see that? Why is it doing that? You see that? All right, I'm just gonna go on. But God continued to show me that, that He was there for me and everything that He told me that He was going to do for me, for my children. Remember, I told you, He told me He would make sure He provided for them as college was concerned. He provided for them when it came to them not repeating the cycle of me having a baby and as a teenager. Because my mom had me as a teenager as well, but my mom was 17. She was just about out of school. Um, they broke the whole thing. They was the first ones to go to college. All of my girls, and God just took everything through leaps and bounds. And when it came to my daughter in the military, though, it took a deep heart and effect to me that she would somehow come out with all these things that she said and she did while I was there. I couldn't just understand for the life of me. But when it first started out, like, um, she didn't like the way I was being treated, and they prepared or whatever for me to be able to get out of the city or whatever, whatever, and spend time with them until I was ready to travel back. Um, and the whole time I was asking God because at this point you start preparing for certain things, right? And I was saying, would I be able to trust, which, the girls that I'd be able to trust if God forbid something was to happen to me, to make sure things flow right. Then in case of my death or whatever, you make arrangements. It showed me so much, so much, so much, so much, so much. Children these days, they do not hold the same values when it comes to their parents. If anything, they feel like at this point they're living their life, you're in the way. So a lot of people make up assumptions and they think certain things that are not true. And like I said, I don't have anything to hide from nobody. So I don't mind telling it like it is. It is what it is. Amen. So it set off a spawn of whatever. And I was trying to deny that, okay, nah, I didn't hear that. You know, nah, that's not, you know. And God said, yes, it is. Yes, it is. So I was hearing their conversations. God was showing me things that were going on with them in 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 visions and stuff that was they was doing behind my back. Excuse me. So what happened is this is how I was disappointed. Apparently, she had made her husband think something about me and the family that was not true. As if she didn't have family support, she didn't have, and none of us ever saw her as
we all basically what y'all call like, I didn't put on a pedestal, but I'm saying that's how people would look at it. Like put the person on the pedestal, like respected. And she, like I said, she went hard. She was determined. She was determined. And I told every last one of them, Mama is there. I'm gonna back y'all in everything. Long as you go out to do the right thing and to further your life in a way that's productive. You know what I'm saying? So I stood with the girls, all of them. Baby girl had the other side of her family where as she was torn because they were still doing that whole wrestling thing. They had been trying to get her to come over to their side for years. They felt like they had better houses and cars and yada yada bull crap. And then they still end up somehow hurting my baby with their actions. And I ain't say nothing about it, trying to keep the peace between the two families. But I really didn't like that because she could have just stayed home. She could have just stayed where she was and went to college from there. You feel me? So, um, because I'm not selfish, I had told, talked to baby girl. And I told baby girl, I felt that and I knew because God had showed me the conversations that was going on. And they had always been trying to brainwash my child against me and say that this, that, or whatever, whatever. I told you about the whole thing. And I just got to be honest, whether the mama like it or son don't like it or whatever, it is what it is. And it's the truth. So I had to basically choose to just, let go and let her make a decision. Like I had told her she was wrestling with it, and I saw that she was wrestling with it because she had his side saying this. I wasn't saying nothing. My mama's not like that. My mama a cool breed. She's not overbearing when it comes to stuff. This last situation with her and my daughter, I knew that that was a spirit sent at them for chaos and conflict. I knew that that's what that was because not even with me, my mama, she don't even know nothing about. She really don't know anything about my dating life and stuff like she. I don't because I keep my business to myself. I don't know. Um, but however, with his little nice nasty behind confirmation. Okay, God agreed. See what I mean? Well, with his little nice nasty behind with his family and all that kind of stuff or whatever, his mama finally moved down here. We had the same situation or whatever to go on. But I told baby girl that you don't have to make a decision between your father and I. You have two families that's well a whole family, like we're family regardless of who don't like who or whatever the case may be. My family didn't go through all that because, for us, I think until before Aunt Margie died, which would be his aunt, um, before she died, she made it her business to come to my birthday party, and I think no, 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 no. Him out of all these years, my baby herself, baby girl, how are you, honey? Is you like 25 now or something? But anyway, she getting there. She getting there. This whole time his mama has never laid eyes on my mom in person. But see, here's the thing about my mama, look, get you, honey. Let me get you straight, because she get you straight by her daughter. Okay? Heard when I put her online, I had to to keep her grounded because she was really about to let them folks have it. First of all, she was finna go off. You need to mind your own business. And as long as I got breath in my body, she won't be homeless anyway. So, see what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. This just goes to show with people. You know what I mean? Every family have their little spats and stuff like that. So anyway, Miss Uppity Up, the second oldest of mine, she takes that and she converts to her husband and end up being, I finds out when we get together. that she didn't know that he was opening up to me and he was talking to me. And he made it his business to let me know, Mama, it's not me. I even asked her, would you like to come and stay with us? So he said, I never did get the correct information far as what was the situation, far as you giving up your home and all of that stuff. So I broke it down to him about God, what God had me to do and the situation, whatever. So he was obviously too had illusions about who each person was in the family. You see what I mean? So this is the thing. The devil got mad when my daughter, um, she was when I first got there, she was like trying to cater to me and all that. And I told her because I was very hurt. I was very hurt. This is no lie. I was at the point that I would rather had died. I just I said that to God. Before you let me go through this, before I have to depend on these children that I have sacrificed for. This is the God honest truth. I said, I'd rather you let me die. I said that before having to depend on them. Because what I saw, you guys, you could never tell me in a million years that I am one of my children. And the oldest girl, I had got to the point. See, y'all think that everything's so cute when it comes to me, baby. I had to go through some stuff. And it took all the God in me to keep my mind. I was prophesying and praying online these last 5 years. Listen back at these videos. I was coming through like a mad woman, and y'all didn't know that I was suffering. I thought I was to the point of my death. And my oldest girl left me in a room by myself. And I had fell, hit my back, everything. She didn't even check on me till 3 days later. You hear me? And I was still preaching and prophesying. Y'all didn't know what was going on with me. And I was standing there because I was making sure that my grandbabies was okay. Y'all have no idea what I had to go through. And then my daughter came with her husband. And I was so happy to see that she was doing good, everything from the military. And I'm sitting up there and I'm like, God, I just thank you because you ain't let me leave here without being able to be in connection with my baby again. And I got to her house and she treated me like I was nobody. She treated me like it went from Mama let me cater to you to I hate you. And I did nothing at all but preach the gospel. And she was got upset and she was saying all kind of things. I mean, to the point you pee too loud, all kind of stuff that I would never in a million years thought that girl would do what she did. Y'all have no idea. And I showed up faithfully and had my hell high. And this is the only time, as much as I ever talked to my mama, but sometimes I didn't even say anything. One of my babies was taken to tears when I told her. I said, I just can't even believe it. She jumped out the car in the public place and went to yelling at me. She took me to a public place and showed her black behind. And when she yelled at me, God said, you won't be able to stop my hand. So, baby, he said, if you cried then, you better go on to keep crying because I ain't going to let her pass with this one. He said that marriage that she presented you, you think that it was perfect? I'm finna take the bottom out of it. And he did it. He said, I made sure you was here to see it. That song they talk about, God don't care about me, I'm one of them real ones. So now her disposition towards me. And because I don't know, maybe it's because she wanted me to hate the man, but I can't. I had to see his side as well as her side. You hear what I mean? Like I said, I'm not that type of person. I don't do gender whatever and what you call it, how they be doing and taking the man's side or taking the woman's side. I don't do that. And I'm sorry. But for y'all don't understand, this is my first time releasing this publicly or anybody knowing. what I just went through. And I gave up my home. I left my 2 cars sitting out there. And then I come back here and it wasn't even a light thing for them to make sure that my car was maintained for 4 years until I got back. I took time with all of them. The one with the son. I took time with the one with the 5 children. And I told y'all about the police coming at the door and stuff. Y'all think that my life is easy? No, baby, you have no idea. And I'm so outdone when I'm a public figure and this stuff can be on TV and then people always already trying to find out something about you. And I'm just sitting up there saying, Lord, what is it? What did I do to deserve this? All I ever did was try to be there for everybody and bring the family together. I prayed and I fasted while I was sick and everything, but this is what I get in return. And people think that my children take care of me. What if I didn't have money? Half the time when I was with my daughter, I wouldn't have had nothing to eat. Y'all have no idea. I would buy stuff and she would take it and throw it away. She'll let her children steal it and wouldn't even replace it. And I would sit up in the room and just pray. And I just told God because I didn't want to have no conflict with my daughter. And God said no. He said no. And when I left there and I was on my way back to Florida, and I was like, God, I ain't waiting on no husband, no nothing. I'm going full flesh and I'm going back to get my house. And he kept telling me, just hold on. You just wait on me. I say, God, I done waited on you enough. This is not right. He said, I just had to let you see who they really were. And that killed me on the inside because those were my kids. They had never a reason for me. I want all out perfect, but I never put my children in harm's way. I sacrificed jobs. I sacrificed my health and everything to make sure them youngers got to where they at today. So just imagine for me to get ready to start a new life now that baby girl had done whatever. I talked to my oldest daughter. I was supposed to go to Texas with her and establish a home there. If I liked it. That me and her talked about doing business together or whatever. And she good for us ministry concerned. God told us some years ago that me and her was supposed to do ministry and all that. I think during the time I was there, she moved. Oh, y'all think y'all know everything. During the time I was there, I think she moved at least 5 times. So I lost the track of the years that I've been gone. I tell you no lie, I was sitting right in here, and the child said, "You only been gone for this long." I said, "You gotta be kidding me." She said, "Yes, Mom." While I was with my oldest girl, I literally almost lost my mind. I was that close. I was encouraging y'all and preaching, and everybody else inside, I was broken. I literally almost lost my mind, went crazy. I couldn't find a way to get out of Dodge. I've tried. I tried to find, even if I rented a U-Haul truck, I just wanted to, I was scared to hit the road or whatever, but my whole thing is even if I get lost, I'll be on my way back home. So God kept saying, if you just hold on. I told y'all, I prophesied the planes was gonna be flying out the sky and all of that stuff. Lo and behold, that's what was happening. Um, he told me, do not catch a flight. So he showed me a vision. He said, if you catch a bus, he said, and then lo and behold, it did. It came right across the news. Boom. So I'm happy with the buses, honey. So I knew that I had to be still. So I'm sitting there or whatever. And instead of her telling me what was going on, I kept asking her, I don't be nowhere where I can't contribute. I did all that to make sure she could establish herself with her 5 kids and get on her feet. So I sacrificed me. I sacrificed my house. I left my cars. No dating, no nothing. When most of these parents out here, children go, oh, they have to do, they out there doing the thing, they doing the whatever, whatever. Me, Miss Little Prophetess, Miss Little, try to make everything right and try to be, there for everybody and try to da da da. That's what they gave me. Boo boo in the face. So when you think you destiny swapping me and swap my life and all this stuff and think you got it pinnacle down and all this kind of stuff, baby, you don't know nothing about me. So it was my baby girl. I finally broke down when I got to Mexico. My baby girl was in tears. And I told her, I said, baby girl, I don't like this. And I ain't never had to go be with nobody. And this is something I obey God to do. And I just don't understand. And I said, I don't want to be nowhere else where people keep splitting up and all this kind of stuff. And I was just telling my baby girl, she said, Mom, she said, I love you. She said, that'll never change. And she said, you did. You raised us right. You did. She said, and I don't understand why people can't just talk to you. You're not hard to talk to. My son would even tell you over and over again. I repeat it. I got to I'm usually not sleep at night. I will walk the floor, make sure everybody is protected or whatever. Most of the time that the house was to myself. That's why they did what they did. Most of the time they give me a break from my oldest daughter. Most of the time they was traveling. They had to, for the military and all that. They had to. So it's like they was like that. You come there and they had been married for over 5+ years or something like that. So it's like, no, we just want you to be comfortable. We just want you to be happy. And my daughter was the same way. She was like, I know you used to your own space and stuff, and I'm not entirely understanding what happened between you and the oldest or whatever, but she didn't like it either. So how it happened that she turned into a beast while I was there? You see what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. So it's like it was from one to the it's like a trickle. So it's like the oldest girl made a phone call to her and insinuated something, and that's how that took place. So it's like since my oldest girl was a little girl, I seen that in her. It's like she sought to make my life hell. I used to have to fight the thoughts to think that maybe he gave me her as a curse. Maybe it was something that I had to repay. Maybe it's something you know what I mean? Down the bloodline, I had to suffer for something. God said, don't you dare, don't you ever think that because she was that blessing that you played for. She's destined millionaire. You and her. So even when millionaires are born, they have to grow up. Amen. So the whole thing was I felt that with me and her talking about that or whatever. And then I was working my way up. I had saved this amount of money and stuff or whatever. When I first got there to Texas, she was involved with somebody. So basically, um, and no, I wasn't going there to live with her. I did not go there to live with her at all. And what took me so long is actually I knew I wasn't gonna be able to find my way back to Florida because at any case, and then even with the son, he was like, "Mama, if you want to take any one of them calls, if you want to take any one of them calls out there, go ahead or whatever." But um, when I heard him, it's like I could see within him that he was honest, he was true, and he talked to me and he said, "Mama, I really love you. I enjoyed meeting you. I enjoyed being with you." He said, And I'm trying to get closer to God myself. And he said, since you've been here, I have grown. I have been able to do that. So I was thinking that it was him. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't stop preaching. So I will always ask them, is that too loud? Or this, and check it in and check it in. All you hear them say, oh, we're fine. No, it's no problem. We don't be here anyway. Lord have mercy. When it gets back round through the family, oh, mama is the problem. That's what it was. And I'm clueless. I clean up. Well, I can't stand no filthy nothing. So I'm gonna clean. She come, she got an attitude. He come, he love it. He bouncing when he walking through the door. Mama, I'm home. Like he on the Lucy show or something. Mom, ooh, yeah, I'm loving what you putting down, your cooking or whatever. So I don't know. Did she get jealous because her husband liked me instead of hated me? I don't know, y'all. But the girl got a whole attitude by something I don't know anything about. So if I text her, if I say something, she don't respond. So God told me, He said, return that same energy back to her, reciprocate that. I give you permission because I refuse. And I refuse to allow you to feel bad when you never did anything. When I was there, they was spending money left and right. I gotta give it to them. They made me feel like I was a queen in a castle and a whatever. They made sure, and when they left town or whatever, either my grandbaby will tell you she came there to spend the summer or whatever. I'm telling you, my daughter and my son, and they knew that. But here's the thing, because I don't like to feel like somebody got to take care of me. They was trying to stop me from. They was trying to stop me from. I was ordering like grocery and stuff like that. They didn't want me to do. They didn't want me to do that. So what was told to my son, he was thinking that their mom didn't have income, that she didn't have a home, or none of that. I mean, he was thinking the worst. You hear what I mean? So when he started seeing me like, whoa, where's she getting this money from? He started seeing, I'm ordering my own food, my own groceries and all that. He like, wait a minute, something ain't adding up. Where's she just home? What's going on? You know what I mean? It's not adding up what they telling him. You know what I mean? So he was comfortable enough because me and him talk and stuff like that. Because then I told him, and I say, son, I ain't gonna never tell them. My children don't know what I have and what I don't have. But how you know they know? Because I could show you the text message right now, baby. Where they hit me up. You got $100. You got it. They didn't think I had no money, or I didn't have no money. Why would they do that? What happened to the husbands? What happened to all the people? And it's a strange thing to me. All the same people who talk about me and say what they say, baby. Them the same ones who be hitting me up, including the cousin, tried to assume my identity. Sitting over there, I had to block her on Cash App. She was begging online. I took and went because somebody told me that's what my cousin was doing. And because we know they raised us to be hustlers. They raised us to do our thing. I told y'all that. That is no lie. Her mama dead and gone. And I said, no way that my cousins, the one who told me, oh, I don't have no kids. When I feed my family, I feed myself and da 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 da. Oh yeah, little old me. Everybody, we got thousands. I mean, like you might as well say when it come to cousins and all that. Then Auntie BJ got a lot of children, grandchildren, great great grands, great great. You know what I mean? My mama. I probably out of all of them, I think my mama had the smallest family. If I must say now, maybe she might have beat one of my aunties out because she died, or whatever, and she only had like two kids. Wait, two. Yeah, she had two kids. So well, because I don't know, because her daughter, she made up for the son, honey. The son kept going to prison, but the daughter, little church girl, honey, she was over there in what is that, Louisiana, Texas, or something, for my aunt died.
And that girl was like that little gremlin I was telling you about. When it looked like whoever touched her, baby, like when the water hit the gremlin, go to popping out babies. That's what she did. So I, like I said, like I said, I don't know because the last time I seen her before I knew anything, she already had like man about 5 children. I was like, "Whoa, child, where the baby came from?" But oh, whatever. So the whole time I was just saying, and y'all didn't know what I was saying. I could pick up that I knew the person that was coming towards me was listening to me because I made a statement when I was on here, and I picked him up in the spirit. He kept himself because he knew that I could pick up certain things in the spirit. He kept himself when I said it. I said, by waiting for a man, and you're too slow. He held. That's why I said he gonna be the ultimate truth because I knew and I could feel it when I said it. It hit him, and as to say, he was saying, "Well, I'm just making sure, and I'm tying up some loose ends and stuff." Oh, but she just done went off, Like I was like, "Nah, that's not even what it was for," because you don't understand. Just like you listening, that other people exes and everything. And when I said too slow, I was not talking to the later on person that would enter my life. Just say that. You know what I mean? New interest or whatever. I didn't say that for that reason. But it was funny. It's several things that I have said online for a purpose and thrown it out there. And I've been able to, whoever he is a sharp thinker, but spiritually, there's some type of, and when he does, he don't even have to say anything. And it comes across to me like boom. And that's the all truth about it. That ain't no divination tarot stuff, honey. That's like Jesus perceived their thoughts or whatever. I've never met the person. If I came across their path or whatever, then yes. But to be formally introduced to that person, no. But I don't like to say it. I don't like to release that out loud because people take that divination stuff and that witchcraft stuff that they be doing, and you have to be careful because what happens is, and I've seen people do that when I'm teaching certain stuff here. So now they have learned how you can set intentions and the tarot readers will pick it up because it came through the ethers and demonic territories, and those are spying spirits. You see what I mean? Those, and they bringing gossip and slander to them, so they repeat everything that is said to them. They don't have a gift in operation by God. So what they do is just like with anybody. It's like you going to a concert or a business meeting or whatever, and you can discern the atmosphere. You know what I mean? Some of y'all done been to those type of business meetings, church meetings and stuff like that. You already know who gonna flare up. You already know who gonna get mad, what they thinking, what they gonna say out there. You know what I mean? You get, and it's like that in the spirit. So with all of that or whatever, that's what was going on or whatever. And I'm sorry I need cry or whatever the case may be, but I don't apologize for that. Let God use me the way He will. But that just goes to show you. You think you know everything about somebody. You think that whatever, and that's what I told you. The thing about me, it's hard for them to pin me down because I'm not ashamed. I know how to speak and I know how to shut up. You hear what I mean? So I let people run their mouth because when the truth hit it, it's gonna hit it like it need to and shatter all the lies and things that they do. But the cover, it wasn't me not because everything not supposed to be shared on social media. But I'm giving you a real indication. That's why I made Bella Rose page so I can have these conversations with people to let them know the pastors and the leaders. You know what I mean? To give them inspiration to let them know that it's okay. We have to go through those same things with children, with spouses, and all of that. They try to push us in the corner and make us feel like that we're not we're worthless or all this kind of stuff and holding us to some type of standard. Jesus, well, how you say that? Because Jesus went through all the same thing. I always talk about you ain't following the poor person. He was poor. The Son of Man, foxes have holes. But the Son of Man don't have a place to lay his head, nor an ass to ride on. Come on, somebody.
So what you mean you don't get wisdom from a poor man? Because that's what the carpenter's son. See how they label him and stuff? Like, come on, be for real. Sometimes I be really not understanding people when they get out here and be trying to throw off and all that. You just a lump of clay. You better be careful. So that's why I be telling them, you can come up on and get these spiritual dukes if you want to, baby. Because Natalie be ready to throw down naturally and physically, pastor and all. Don't play with me. I'm going to let you know just how it is. Now, I don't support fighting and all that kind of stuff. But if I ever had to defend myself and God told me to go ahead and let loose like Peter, to cut the man ear off, you know that man right there. I ain't trying to be nowhere cussing and all that because before I argue with you, I'd rather beat your tail and get it on over with and let you know it just is what it is. That's the way we came up. My auntie ain't play that. When she arrived, she ready to fight. Point them out, boom, it's on and popping. That's just it. All that going backwards and forth and la. That's why I say all that stuff. And I just miss him. He just wanted some to feel like somebody could be some drama over him or whatever. I told her, I said, girl, you don't even know. I ain't said nothing, but you don't even know. You best to know you don't want to run up into this. You talk about coming up at my mama house, talk about, oh, they talking all that mess and all that and this or whatever. But the thing is, I thought that was the Spanish people next door. I didn't know. And then when God told me to look out the window and I seen the girl, she was already saying what she was saying, but she was getting in the car. And that's when I had let my baby dad know. I said, let me tell you something. Because he always have tried to protect me when it came to him knowing me, being a public figure, being a preacher and everything like that. But the devil started getting him and he started, and then these women started thinking, you know what I mean? And it wasn't that at all. I ain't had nothing to do with him. So anyway, y'all, that's the life, honey. That's the life. Mental anguish, honey, and how to overcome, how to conquer, whatever. You can't let that get you down. You know what I mean? And if God allowed it to come out because He know it was time for it to come out. It's time for me to whatever and not to be associated with any of that or whatever. And I always say, if I mistook anything, I always apologize to them openly as where it was aired out at for us to the family if I misinterpreted anything. What I said was misinterpreted. So let me get that straight right now. Whatever I just told you, it happened. Just like that. Child, I was in there praying for her and the man because he wanted a baby. God opened her womb to give him a baby. And God started telling me it ain't what you think it is. So I had to bring you here to let you see it for yourself because when it go down like it is, your daughter gonna need you. So she did, and I was there to be with her and to comfort her. But in the end, she still had that nasty attitude. You know what I mean? Just to a bed she made for herself. Because literally, when he asked me for her hand in marriage, actually, she had already married him. But because her daddy died, they felt that that was the serene thing to do. You know what I mean? To get the respect from from her mother or whatever the case may be. But I was like, well, y'all already did. It didn't make no sense. But then I was honored to know that he felt that way. You know what I mean? And he just would talk to me and he would want to know more and learn more as my daughter and who she was, where she came from, her mother. He was really odd. He was like, "You're so beautiful. You are a beautiful lady." All that hair and not the way he envisioned and stuff like that. And he just did. He just if I was getting out the car, he would take my hand and make sure I was like, son, I ain't 80. And he'd be like, no, ma, just. And then he go and make sure he open the door for my daughter, make sure she get out of the car. When I first got there, when we pulled up, he's like, ma, don't worry about that. This is the end of that. No more this and that with people and all that kind of stuff. Here is none of that. You gonna get your peace. You gonna get your rest. You gonna whatever. We don't even be here. That's exactly what was said to me. You don't have to worry about nothing. At one time, I tried my best after being distraught from my oldest daughter. I tried. It took me weeks to recover. It took me weeks. My body, my face, my looks, my skin had, and I never had breakouts and all that kind of stuff. And I learned from this last time now. Something spiritually, honey. And when I got back here, my whole complexion came back within 3 days, y'all. Three. It's something about when I go up there, when I go to visit her like that or whatever, my knee will start swelling. Like, it's like, I don't know how to explain it to y'all because I don't know if y'all know y'all have kids, children, or whatever the case may be. But it's almost like, I don't know if it's her or somebody sent towards her and her kids. But it was literally like something was attached to her to try to get rid of me almost to death. And I couldn't get a hold of it. I kept saying, God, something ain't right. What is this? What is this? You see what I mean? That day I told y'all on that live, when I told y'all go back and listen to it for yourself, that I fell off that chair. It was like, this is the God having truth. It was like something came through the wind and knocked me. But it was like an angel caught me when I hit the floor that I barely knew I had fell. Now, way down the line, I started feeling the effects of a little bit of the fall. You understand what I'm saying? But the whole thing, it's like the angel, it's like it cushioned my fall, y'all. And I was so worried. She didn't want to take me to the doctor, no nothing. I was just like, oh my God, I pray I didn't damage my vertebrae or my spine or nothing like that. You know what she did when she came to check on me, y'all? I had been laying in that bed in there for 3 days. It was my grandbaby, my oldest grandbaby that came in there and she said, Nana, are you hungry? You want me to fix you something? For 3 days, that baby did that. When she came in there and she seen me on the floor, she said, Nana, what you doing down there? What happened? And when she went in there and told my daughter, you know what she did? 3 days later, came in there, opened the door and said, oh, you all right? And started laughing and closed the door back and went on by her business. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Do you know how I feel to have to say that publicly? And God said they deserve that for me to speak about what really happened because I didn't deserve the treatment that I got from neither one of them. And the way they look, they need to look like that. Because all my life, I didn't even have a childhood. Making sure and to making sure that they didn't look ashamed. I wasn't the one having to show up to court. I was showing up to court to make sure they was able to get out. Because I live by that. I don't do nothing illegal. I don't do anything wrong. And I stay away from people because I do not like gossip. I do not like people getting in the way of my salvation. I do not think that I have to be stressed out with everybody else's drama and all this kind of stuff. And where I am now and what God have me spiritual and my age and everything, I'm not dealing with that from nobody. When I got back here, all I felt was a bunch of demons. And I was like, God, no, 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 no. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. Uh-uh. Not now another time. You said another time, and I'm holding you to that. Now another time. I couldn't even close my eyes when I got here. All this was going on. I just, I couldn't understand. I just couldn't. As soon as I appeared, the devil got busy to the point of trying to cause a whole conflict between the two that had to do with somebody wanting to cause an incident with my child. And I'm going to say it just like that because it ain't meant to be put that way right now. But that in itself was like, Then I'm looking at my daughter. She got dreads. She looked like somebody done gave her something like a drug. I'm looking at this spirit bouncing my child in front of me. Like in the inside, I'm dying. Like that's not my baby. I only been gone for 3 years now. That's my baby. And I grabbed my baby and she laid before she went to work that morning. And I hadn't even been asleep and I grabbed my baby. And I just laid her on my child on my side and I prayed over my baby. I told her no matter what, I always love you. But I can't support that lifestyle. And I prayed over my baby. I have no idea. And every time I see her, it's like my stomach started turning. And I said, no, God, you said my baby's would be gay. And I started talking to God. And I said, I need you to change. You need to help my baby. And when I looked up, my baby, and my mama made the comment. She was trying to be funny, but I knew what she was saying. She said, I noticed she changed her hair. Yeah, I said, I know because God do things like that. See, the same people that be saying they there for you and try to help you and try to throw off and say things too, because I'm very sensitive about that subject. Excuse me. God say no. I won't allow her to stay like that. He said, but you warned her, and the reason why I allowed it to happen because she did not listen. Those people in the medical field, they had me traumatized. That I was questioning whether I should ever even go to a doctor again. They traumatized me, honey. The stuff that she was posting when they go out on they, I, I know doctors have lives, but my God, I was questioning everything about this hair thing here. I said, God, please keep me. Don't let me have to go get no more surgeries, no none of that. I was scared, y'all. I ain't never seen these women was too butt up in the air, pimp like pimp, you know what, and down whatever they and mama started with trying. Ain't nothing funny about that. And Lord, the girl was posting it on. I said, oh God, they gonna have my name all over the place. Lord Jesus, this girl here. And I say, God say, I will make sure your name is still respected as the woman of God that you are. You never put your hands to any of that. You can't bear the burden of your children. It's things that I can't even mention to you where, and I love all of them, just still the same. Nothing changed. That went down with my oldest daughter each time. And I can't comprehend. I can't. But will they go to bat for me? Yes. Will they make sure that they mama? But these things happen. They definitely happen. And I can't say that there's anything that they think that I want that they can attain or buy or whatever the case may be. Like I told y'all, all that stuff, name brand stuff, and all, it just sits. Whether I go preaching or whatever out and about, I may take a purse or something like that to carry, as a briefcase or something that's name brand. But honestly, I probably, as like I told y'all, for me to be married, I probably give the man a headache. No, I wouldn't because I know that would be a part of us and for us to present ourselves that way or whatever. But as far as me carrying around the name brand pocketbook, I do carry one. It's what that thing is, a Coach purse, but it ain't flashy. You know what I mean? Like I said, mommy, just all this stuff. They Pandora. My mama got a closet for three. Actually, she has three closets. Let me make that correction. Stuff is overflowing everywhere. I'm so now I just made her mad. I think yesterday I told her she need to move. She ain't like she's still like a little girl, y'all. She was like, "Who? What?" I say, "Yes, mommy. You're not liking what I'm saying, but I'm telling you again, the opportunity presents itself. God wants you to get out of here. You need to be able to put the stuff to space. Whatever. You've been here too long. You need this new atmosphere, whatever." I need to make sure I say, I don't care what you say, mommy. I still gonna tell you the same thing. You need to move. She was doing her thing at the door, y'all, and she had to laugh because I was sitting back there. I ain't let her get out of. I said, "Look at you, you should see yourself over her." And I know she was trying to hold it in, but she had to catch herself because I'm the same one. You with her, my brothers, and my brother Chad. When he come in, he get it good. Now him. Oh boy, she hit him hard with the words. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to tell you, Lee, read between the lines. And but with me, she had to censor. She had to censor herself. So it's like it's different. So with me, it's just hard for me envisioning where it came to my children and holding them in such high standards and the light that I had them in. Well, God would have to show me exactly what the enemy was doing in their life, and their life didn't look like what they was presenting. Because we in different countries and cities and stuff like that. But I just had faith that the two, where it was concerning their situation, was gonna last and gonna work. And so I was very humble, hurt, and disappointed. You know what I mean? So it was like bittersweet because I came there to enjoy the two and being in a new place, never had been to Mexico before, and stuff like that. So it just I know what else to tell y'all. So just all of that stuff, y'all be out here fooling and lying and whatever. And you got it from the horse's mouth. Ain't that something? You got the real deal from the horse's mouth. Not some gossiping, assuming, and all of that. That's what I be mean. When I want to know somebody, I go to the horse's mouth. Let them tell me what I need to know. I'll discern whether they lying or telling the truth. So the devil tried to make me think, don't get married, even if the man show up sending back his way, because look, God told you to give up your house, this, that with your daughter. By that time, you supposed to be out of town and meet this man. The man ain't showed up yet, so God lying to you. All of this stuff. So uh, just go ahead, get you another house, and treat the slow man that's coming the same. I'm telling y'all what the enemy was saying to me to make me give up. Not that I believe that, but that's what he was saying to me to make me give up. Oh, if they keep doing what they doing, these people, God is putting you on the platform now that you're going to be making this, X, Y, Z, and this, and all of this stuff gonna come out with these people, and they're gonna use it against you. So you might as well go ahead now. These people, and they don't want to hear nothing about church no more. They don't want to hear what you preaching. This is what I was battling. The devil was studying, and for me to get there, that's why I said for me to get there, and my second oldest did that. Now the first oldest, whoo, Jesus, I don't care what she do, y'all. That girl right there, she bad to the bone. If me wasn't a mama, y'all think I could preach? Y'all think I can that one right there? And she ain't scared of no devil. She'll win the natural or the spiritual. She'll whoop one down. You hear me? That's like me, her, like the Bonnie and Clyde spiritually. It's just that we like oil and water when it comes to it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because she always trying to prove a point to me. She always trying to make it like she know, like and she did. She had me in a place to make me think like I was crazy. Everything I thought, everything I said, what she would say to me, and she start doing it to like how, when your parents get older and stuff like that. I'm only 40 some years old. I was feeling like I was like 80 or 90, you guys.
I didn't want to go nowhere. The reason why I wasn't going nowhere, the reason why I wasn't showing up on live and all that kind of stuff like that, because I was feeling like I was literally aging. Like, not that I care about the aging process, but it was the whole of the mental component. You know what I mean? Of feeling like, and I hadn't even gained no weight. I was feeling like I was had done gained like. And one day I was with my granddaughter, and me and her was in there, and she said, "Ooh, Nana." And then when I looked at the size of the thing, because oftentimes my oldest girl, she just come back with stuff, hats and clothes, and she, because she is a shopaholic, she gets some money, she going to spend it. She not like me. She not like me. I hold my money to doomsday. That one, uh-uh. That thing going. And name brand or whatever she want, she gonna get it. I ain't say she wrong. I just said when it comes to money, she need to use a little more discipline. Or whatever the case may be. So I love y'all. But anyway, just to bring you the truth of it and the whole of it, like I said, that's how you take the sting from the devil. See, if he had found that out, I had one of my children or caught them, people are always trying to record you and find it, because it was uh, a prophetess. She sought her daughter up because they was supposed to be friends at the church I was going to record my daughter while she was doing her hair, to try to get my daughter to answer questions about me so she can try to find out something about me to go and spread. And it didn't work like she thought it was. A capiche? So it got back. I was wondering what the fallout was about. This lady that I done took up for, and people talked about her and all that kind of stuff. She was setting out to try to, her own members in her church is the one brought it to me. Said, "You, Miss Natalie, we prophetess, we see and we know that you the real deal. But that prophetess right there ain't no good. We know you're not like that. We know you don't like the gossip and stuff, but you need to watch your back." And it's a situation that arose. My daughter didn't want no conflict, so she didn't come. They know how I am. I don't do it with them either. She didn't come to me directly and say, "Mom, you know, prophetess so and so did this with her daughter, and that's this that." It came through the grapevine that one of her members saw me in the store, and she spilled the beans. So I'm like, what? Oh my God. So generally, whenever something like that happens, God will show me some type of whatever, you know what I mean? Um, and that is what took place. And just so you know, I probably, once this uploads through YouTube where I can get to the actual video, I don't know why. Maybe that's a new thing. I don't know. Maybe I missed the memo. But it does that, and people are able to see it into the end. But once after that, I am going to take it down. Um, because I was just talking to y'all, and I was supposed to deliver a prophetic message, and it just went way too long. What? This is the second video, right? So yeah, I could take this one down. The first one is still up. So well, all of that going on, that's how I learned. How now, Natalie, you got to draw the line. You have to draw the boundaries and whatever. You know what I mean? Because what I was seeing and stuff like that, and I just wasn't that type of whatever y'all call church. I don't know. I just try to stay away from all that. I don't like that stuff. So don't get me wrong, readers and nothing else. Just like I said, if I say it to y'all, I say it to just like God tells me, because it's not me and it's not judgment or whatever. It's saying that we need to get it together. We need to get our life together or whatever. The reason why I feel the way I feel, because instead of me reacting like I could have acted where my children was concerned, I held my response and emotions in a way. You see what I mean? That most people wouldn't have. Now, naturally,
I was supposed to down both of them sisters, point blank, period. And I got a chance to see that when my son-in-law acted like he was supporting in support of my daughter's side or whatever. Then I see how it fell apart because I think after that, God opened his eyes to some things about her. And what happened is what she did to me, he did to her. And it hurt me. But it wasn't nothing I could do about it because God told me she gonna have to deal, I'm gonna deal with her for she gonna have to pay for what she did. He said that. And he said, I'm gonna let you be right here to see it. And when that happened, it broke me because I didn't want to see my baby go through that. And it hurt me. And I tried to keep it and make sure that not even the rest of the family, when she got ready to talk to everybody about it, if she ever did or whatever, I kept it like that. But I got this nasty, shoved in my face. I asked her how she was doing. And I told her I had a dream because I didn't know if they was going through the thing in the courts or whatever the case may be. If they decided to disconnect or whatever the case may be. And I just told her what I seen. That's normal. And she texts me and she's like, huh, I don't. I'm not mentally available or ready to. Well, where's my phone? Oh, Lord, the thing dead. This one dead with her text message. But I read it to somebody. I said it. They said the same thing. But you her mama. I mean, nasty. When that went down, when I told y'all about the police at the door when I was on my way back here or whatever, she was the only one close enough that I would because I wouldn't know how to find my daughter, my grandchildren. I didn't know nothing. In the middle of they was telling that it was a whole snowstorm coming and whatever. I'm sitting over here in a whole foreign, another country, don't know what the heck is going on or whatever. Not, I don't have my vehicle. I can't get on the road to try to beat this storm that they're saying. I'm left in a room and I'm sitting here. The police knocking on the door, y'all. I'm sitting here and I'm not understanding. Then the lady comes from downstairs and she talking about when I know I gave the money for the room to be paid for. So I'm sitting over here and I'm thinking the worst because I don't know what the heck is going on. This is how mama was left. You hear me? So I'm concerned because the police officers is saying this and they saying that. Now I'm not understanding. They wouldn't even know because we just went there in order for us to prepare to hit the road. So here, her child went to school and she lied. Then when she questioned about it, she sits up there and she say, well, no, I was just crying. Nobody did anything to me. Mama didn't do anything. But grandma sure didn't do anything to her because I don't do them like that. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I explained to y'all when I was on the phone on how I had to deal with them. And that's why I had to be firm with them because that's what happened. And one of the girls went to the school and lied on their mama. Their mama wasn't even there. So she wanted to get some out of the people because she has this, I don't want to even say it like that. But anyway, she almost got my daughter in trouble for no apparent reason. I could honestly tell you that. My daughter didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. I almost jumped out my skin. The man making me think that my daughter done went on the run with my children. Y'all, we supposed to be we supposed to be leaving. Oh my God. We supposed to be leaving hit the road. And I'm thinking, and the lady come up here talking about, and I gave the girl the money to pay for the room. And I'm sitting up here, I'm like, oh my God, what in the world? So I told the lady, give me a minute, let me collect I goes to get my phone to get an officer her number that they asked or whatever, because I'm not a liar. I don't know. That's why I told you. If you need anything you don't want police to know, don't do it with me. I don't care who you are. I'm not going to jail. I'm not existing for nobody. But it take my mama to tell you, honey, no. No, no, no. So I'm sitting over here and I'm like, Lord have mercy, Jesus, what going on with my babies? And my daughter, and I know my daughter, she clicked fast. She was, yeah. And I was like, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Oh my God, what is going on? So I'm sitting God sitting, study saying, be calm, just be calm. Police looking at me like she gotta be lying. She coming for her daughter. All S's. I'm telling the whole God honest truth. He woke me up out of my sleep. I was trying to prepare for us to hit the road or whatever. I was honest with everything that I said, which was true. I can't even tell you how to get downstairs to the front desk. And you asking me these questions, I have no idea. All I can tell you is a school somewhere with a church. Apparently, you know, because that's where you say you came from. And then you telling me that my daughter picked up her children, which I know she was going to the bus stop. She usually go to the bus stop to get them. I didn't know how to get back to the apartments, which by me doing the what the grocery thing is or whatever, I knew that the address was in there or whatever because we had left that the complex or whatever because when she went back her own way, she was going back to another home for her and the kids. So I'm just saying, like I told y'all, I had said it mentally and then I verbalize it. As soon as I verbalize it, God, all this stuff started shifting like this. When I told God I'm tired, I'm ready to go home now. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. And all this stuff started happening the way it did. So now, boom, that'll get you out of there. So my whole thing is I was trying to make life lighter for her with her having to work, have 5 kids. I think baby girl is like, yeah. I think she's 6. Little Miss Smart at it. Y'all be hearing some of the first videos when I first went to Texas to visit them, telling me how I need to put on my clothes and all kind of stuff, acting like she 45. Oh my goodness. But Little Miss Miniature, I think that's about how old she was. But the whole thing is I tried to and I even had discussed with my daughter. I said, since being I'm not married yet, I'm not dating, I'm not waiting on any of that stuff at this point. I'm willing to sacrifice. I need to go back and get my house. What it is, I told her, listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell you the God honest truth what I said to her. You have 5 kids. I don't want my grandkids to be split apart. I know that people are hassling you and things like that. I talked to her, sat down at the motel, talked to her in the car. We sent the kids up, whatever. And I told her that I will do this. I will give you 6 months to a year. I will give you 6 months to a year to get yourself together. Would you think that would be good? That you can finish school, something she's trying to do, and go out for business and all of this kind of stuff. You'll be able to maintain a stable income and being able to maintain a permanent place for you and the girls, hopefully. Which with her, that's not the case because she just oh y'all don't understand. She just like that. And for God's sake, I've been praying, just please, if she could just settle somewhere. She doesn't like me. I had my house. It's like 14 years, 9 years, whatever, in raising them stuff, stability. With her, it's like she'll, and she like nice stuff. I mean, she just, that's, I think, like I said, that's mostly, I think her mind runs before her pocketbook. And then is something about her, I'm not going to say, but it keeps a lot of turmoil and confusion and it causes her more stress because she will, and I dare not to strip her dreams and stuff like that. So I try my best to support her in the best way I can. And I'm just gonna blurt it and say the truth. Not all of them, but I'm not gonna say no name. They look at me as a bank. They think that whenever somebody come to me and say they automatically think that I have it. Nobody comes to me saying, not even the brothers. If they ask me for it, they believe in yes. And I'm not a liar, so it's hard for me to say. So I just had to adapt the way of saying no as saying I don't have it to give right now. But then to me, that's still a lie because you know what I mean? I'm just sitting on it and it's like, so then here's God saying to me, no, Natalie, you have to change this. So he let me know, I'm just going to come out with it. He let me know that the husband that I'm sending you is not going to tolerate none of this. Nothing. He's going to be very particular with you. And they're not going to like it. They're going to like him. But at first, no, he's not going to play the little tittle tattle games and whatever, like the baby daddy and all that. This one coming for real. I'm sending you a real man. That's just how God, this how he talks to me. He said, I'm sending you a real man. And I know you already ready. You've been ready. And everything that you had to sacrifice, I'm giving it back over. Just like with Job. You hear what I'm saying? So when the devil tried to hit my family, he tried to hit it hard because he couldn't get to me. Now you get what I'm saying? So with her, it's always been my desire. She's my firstborn. I said she was the love of my life because I prayed and I asked God for her. I didn't know what sex was. I thought that you had babies like Mary had Jesus. Okay. And I quickly found out that you had to do other things to get a baby in that way. So when I got pregnant with her, I actually had prayed for her. I prayed for God to give me somebody to love. And obviously, I thought that that would be a baby, not knowing I was just 15, not knowing how that would happen and that he would actually answer. I don't know. But lo and behold, it came. Yes, yes. Um, and I always knew uh, my daughter attract a lot of attention, a lot of money, a lot of. She's not. She's not rich, but you have to understand too. She has 5 children. Um, and she's not slack on. Because baby, I can show you some pictures. When them sisters leave home, baby, they be dressed to the bone. You hear me? She should be a stylist, or a celebrity stylist, or something. I'm telling you, she can draw anything. She's she's gifted at. I mean, that's what makes me so mad. This girl is so gifted to it just blows my mind. She's a visionary. She's a better visionary than I am. I just am one as disciplined when it comes to the money. But if my daughter sit down, anything and it bursts just like that, boom, boom, she can go anywhere. This is no lie. This girl will go anywhere. It could be millionaires. It could be what these people just flock to her, just for the life of me. I be like, Lord, what's wrong with me? But she just and it's just I don't know, y'all. It's something that's just when it comes to her, and God told me until she get this one specific thing right, that's why she keep having to go in these continual cycles because she won't stop it. And if God put her as a millionaire, if he go ahead and give her this, she gonna make a mess. Now you comprehending what I'm saying? He told me, he said she's gonna make a mess. She's gonna make a mess. I was kind of worried about baby girl being a little bit slow. Baby girl's not into none of that. Baby girl take me spiritually. She take after me. She looked more like her dad, but she dominates. The anointing on baby girl is it's exuberating. It's whoo. She's a healer. She's a powerful young lady. She's just still becoming. She's actually, I named her baby girl for that reason because she really does walk in that, and she's taking a little more time to find things and to, and I gave her that. You know what I mean? I don't, whatever. I just encourage her when I know that she need a little push or whatever. I just try to encourage her a little bit. Baby girl, just work on your, this and that or whatever. And, so if that don't work out, then you'll have that to fall back on or whatever the case may be or whatever, like that. But baby girl is more, she's more like mommy. She's more homey. She's more um grounded in the faith. She's not easily swayed by astrology and all that kind of stuff. No, baby girl, she's connected deeply to God. Now the oldest girl, she got it. If you put up there on the platform or something, now she don't like to speak like that in the open. She don't. But when I tell you that sister, she can get down. And you see how I be going up in the spirit, and God be that right there. When you hear her pray, she sound like me. And when I tell you the girl is so powerful, it just shakes me. That second one, she's like the sneak attack. She's quiet, dangerously quiet, but her mind works overtime. Just it don't give her a break. So I throw my hands out there. I just see what I mean. But I'm just gonna say, not a money magnet. She's money. Everything about her life exudes that. And what it is that she sees herself and life as perfect, that I believe that God had to humble her in a way, not that such a bad thing in the way that, the way I'm trying to explain it to you, draw home to you, but it's because of what she did that right there. Because far as I'm concerned, she should never have brought a new spouse into a situation like that to make him believe that. Because in my heart of hearts, even after she did what she did, I would never turn my back on my daughter. I would never, if she called now, I would be up and running, trying to find a way to get back to 10 bucks too. You hear what I mean? Trying to get through I want to say that, but through the gates with the guns, anybody can catch me there, then you understand. You understand what I mean? So, with all that being said, so I didn't do anything to deserve the attitude that she's giving. But that's what I was telling her. She got mad because I told her she was stubborn. But what I said, you're stubborn. You're stubborn just like I was at your age. So I get it. You know what I mean? I didn't try to scorn her or nothing like that. But when she did what she did, she jumped out the car. She was yelling. I mean, the people probably was looking like, what the heck is going on? She went and made a whole scene, y'all. She called her husband off his job. I was so embarrassed. Y'all have no idea. I was so embarrassed. And I'm sitting there in the truck talking to my mama. And she yelling at, get out! Just get out! Get out of my car! You don't know me! You never listen to me! You don't know me! And everybody in the family said the same thing. Heck, she never talked to you. She never talked. What did you not listen to? So I'm sitting up there and I'm saying, Pumpkin, what is wrong with you? And where's this coming from? Because I'm clueless. I'm open to you telling me if I did anything wrong. And I will apologize to you if that was something in your childhood or whatever the case may be. And really identifiable, she cannot. Even if the other girl, she cannot. That's the God's heaven truth. She cannot. And I protected them girls with my life. I went through a lot with the oldest girl. That girl right there, absolutely not. I didn't even yell at her. I knew she was sensitive on every side. When I prayed about her having a husband, I prayed, Lord, please give her a husband that understands that he would be able to care for her in, a sensitive manner. And she did. From what I saw, he was sensitive to her and her needs. But I mean, all day when she was home, she would walk around. And if I ease up to her, want to conversate with her, get to know her, because she's been in the military for so long. And she would, when I would, what? And I would used to be like, what in the world? So I'm just like, okay. I just
turn around and go back. No. I said, well, you want me to wash this for you? You want me to help you clean up? You want me to help you this? I can do it. I mean, she was every day she was snapping like that. So I was like, is this something having to do with the military? Is it something named marriage or whatever? I ain't been there 2 weeks. I was still trying to figure out what is all this. So what I did is distance myself. We're in the same house together, but I distanced myself. He wasn't afraid to approach me and have conversations with me and stuff like that. So me and him stayed into firm, communication and stuff and like that. But with her, she never want to talk about anything. So there it is. It debunks the lie that she tells that I don't listen to her when I sit up there and made myself available and was uncomfortable being at her house at that point. Because I feel like you embarrassed me in front of my son-in-law at that. And then to know who I am and he's taking this stuff back to his family. It's a double whammy. They don't even know me. I never even met his family, y'all. And I'm sitting up here saying, God, like Job said, yet though you slay me, yet though you slay me, yet will I trust you. This ain't have nothing to do with no demons and no witchcraft. Them old rascals get on my nerves with that mess. And everything that happened had to happen. Because sometimes God take you through that to wake you up to the reality of what is. That you've been having this illusion or this whatever placed upon you for so long. You know what I mean? But you need to accept what really is, what really happened, and what's really going on. You know what I mean? So he had to take me into their lives to be able to see what the truth was. I'm praying for them and all this kind of stuff. But it's like I said, I devoted that instead of me. I know that the what that thing is, the online dating didn't work for me. So that was the thing. Go ahead and serve God and be available. The oldest girl, if you need me, the daughter with the son, because only two of them, and the other two stayed virgins for God knows however long. So, and then the next thing you know, the girl was married. Honey, look, y'all, and I was the happiest mama in the world. So when all this stuff came about, my whole little just shattered because I'm like, where did this come from? Please, somebody tell me, help me. What in the world? You know what I mean? So it was something that happened where the scammers was concerned when I first got on social media, and I didn't know. But as I told her, if that was the case, she didn't say that. And I asked her, and I said, because it took me to a bad place because I was like, how did I not why did I have to go through that experience where they stole from me and my family like that? From a fake profile. You know what I mean? And I thought I was helping somebody with their children, their child or whatever. And it turned out to be a scammer. So now, because my daughter tossed me on social media without telling me that this stuff going on social media. So I didn't want to be offish because the other daughter had just entered into the military during that era, during that time. And when the man approached me, him being a soldier, I just didn't equate that bit with a scammer because I didn't know anything about social media. I didn't know that that's what they was doing. So nobody said anything till after everything had done happened. So then I was so hard on myself and blaming myself, and I just felt like the worst person in the world because I'm an honest person. And I was crying and I was hysterical before God because I was like, oh God, I'm gonna fail God. How did I miss that? Being a prophet and all this kind of stuff. Satan tried to tear my whole identity down, honey. And I was toiling, I was willing to sacrifice all my money to find out what did that scammer do, who did he scam, and whatever I had, I would give back to the people that he scammed. I knew nothing. Not that I helped him do anything. No, he took my money. But when I found out and I knew, and it was something about in their country, it was shown on the thing. So I had put up a scammer page to try to help women that was going through that. And I did not know all of this stuff was going on. It was so many women.
but it had got overwhelming. I had to stop it. I had to stop it. I fought back. I did not sit down and just take it. And God told me that He was going to deal with the persons that did what they did, and that's what He did. Um, but it got overwhelming because me exposing the scammers, it put me in a light, and I was already in ministry and in public eye and all that kind of stuff. It was taking so much out of me. It does. To do all that research and run all that down, and women was coming to me afraid they was going to expose pictures about them and all that kind of stuff. So I was being put in so many directions, and God was like, let's just let it go. I'm going to handle it. Let's just let it go. You know what I mean? So I try not to give up on, as far as dating online. Everybody kept saying, you should get online. I was like, that is not for Christians. All that kind of stuff. So I tried to be open to new ways of doing things because of other people. When that's what I told y'all from the beginning. Had I stayed my course the way God had me to, I wouldn't have ran into none of that. You see what I mean? Because He was definitely gonna have to send that man the old fashioned way. So the man stole from the car. He stole, I don't know. They had people following me around town. Investigators hired hitman. Y'all, this stuff supposed to be in the book. All this stuff here. So really what was on my heart and my mind, because everything was attached to my mom's address. And I know my brothers and stuff, they don't mind get with the business and to make sure that my mom is protected. But that was what was really on my heart and my children, because I wanted to make sure nobody was trying to do anything to them. The guy literally put my children, all of my children, he put their pictures, he stole their pictures and put their pictures on a altar. He had a witch to come into my Instagram trying to get me to, how you call it? And I asked the man, who are you and why are you contacting me? He said, this is what I do. I do things for people and whatever. And I'm looking at this. This was so disgusting. Chicken feet and feathers. And oh my God, I never seen no mess like that in my life. But anyway, it was like some out of a voodoo movie, y'all. And I was like, God said, block them immediately. Next thing I know, God was showing me that the things that I was prophesying, that's what all this stuff got in the roar. I didn't know, because I didn't know these people. They never met me in person either. But what I was prophesying was hitting home, baby. Boom, target, boom. You hear me? So they devised a plan. All the people that was connecting to me through my catering business on that I was finna start on Instagram. They contacted all these people and tried to rile up some men who I had previously rejected. Um, because, like I said, either they turned me off with all this, oh, I'm a six-figure man, or this, that, and, it was icky. It was disgusting. That's not what I was looking for. So some of them, like a couple of them, I talked to them as far as, and it was this celebrity young man or whatever. When he came about, it was a soldier, a real soldier, and a young celebrity guy. Both of them were younger than me, but one of them was just a couple of years behind me. I don't know how old the other guy was. And he was like, he kind of do what I do, but I think he believe in all that energy stuff and stuff, whatever it is. And we were supposed to do, he asked me to do a broadcast with him that had something to do with law of attraction. That's how I knew, like, okay, we have two different beliefs. But I liked him as a person, and he's, yeah, I can't expose to you who he is because he is a celebrity. He very much is a celebrity. And he hang out with people like, who is that? People's uh, the man I prophesied that was something was gonna happen about a shootout with him or whatever. French Montana, I prophesied that. That was one of the people he was in the photos with, whatever celebrity, somebody, whoever Fat Joe is, whatever. I'm just leave it at that. However, um, I think they confused him, and he didn't really. He was trying to find out, but he wasn't really being able to, pick up for me what he was trying to or whatever. But I wasn't talking to him because of that. The way I talked to him, it never crossed the lines. It was just like a brother and sister talk. And it was never anything about getting together sexually. No, nothing. No, nothing, nothing, nothing. It was only about that. When he got to know me a little bit from my account, that's when he had asked, but he had asked several other people as well, because they have to, keep different guests and stuff like that or whatever. So it wasn't that, but though it was those other people, the evil people that was out there doing what they was doing, and that's how all of that came about. So quite naturally, he drew back because he was the celebrity. You know what I mean? So that makes sense. But instead of him giving me an indication, but maybe he thought that I would say something and it would call, you know what I mean? But that wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have did that. You know what I mean? But I have to understand because other people they've been crossed before, and you know what I mean. So you have to give that to people. But at me as a person, because I did go to him, I seen some stuff that God was showing me, and I did tell him. I said, I don't know what your faith is. I don't know what you believe in or whatever. But I do see that it's something that's not right. So I just told him, protect yourself. Pray. Make sure, when you put your children and stuff up here, just make sure and if whatever you believe in, then seek counsel off of what I just told you. But this is what God showed me in a dream. He was cool. He was really, you know what I mean? And it was only briefly that I talked to him, like briefly. But this old nutcase who was in polygamy, and him and his wife trying to get me to introduce me to their polygamy, whatever crap. Talking about they got a church and all of that, and he tried to talk about he want to marry me, want me to have two children from him. He already had 7 kids or whatever. Baby, where did you think you was going with that? Not with me. So I don't know what he thought that I didn't have no or whatever, but he was highly disappointed because I had to let him know, no. And I didn't like black men and black men with dreads. I was over the black man era. I still am over the black man era. It's no having to do with our color because I'm black. You know what I mean? But I just don't desire to date an African American man. I just don't. It just left. I don't know. And that is, I was prophesied that my husband was not going to be the same nationality. That was probably more than 10, 15, maybe 12 years ago. That same prophetess that started that mess between her daughter and my daughter, she is the one prophesied. Yes, she did. She said, God, you're going to have to open up your mind to receive what God has given you. And she even said it out her mouth when she prophesied it. Your husband is not going to play. So your children and your baby daddy, whoever, going to have to give up because when he come in, he going to be playing about you. All that you've been having to deal with and tolerate with people. She said, no, he ain't going out to be, get in no trouble like that. And what you gonna know, you're not gonna put him in that position. But when he says something, he's gonna be firm in what he says. And she was just telling me that you're gonna have to prepare yourself because I know how close you are with your girls, and stuff. And she was just like, you know, it's something that you ask God for. And then she gave me some indications what God had already showed me. Because remember, I told y'all, God showed me my husband coming, but he showed me, um, which was the situation I told y'all about. See, you have to follow. Don't get lost. You have to follow. The vision that I had years ago, where I said my apostle was marrying me to a man. I was standing there in a wedding dress, all of the above. Nice rock on my finger, all that. The man was over there. His suit was there, but his head wasn't there. Y'all, I don't know.
The suit to the man was there, but he was faceless, honey. And the apostle showed up in the dream, put his hands on my shoulder. He said, "Do you know who this man is you married?" And I looked over there. That's what I noticed. The man was faceless, y'all. And I'm sitting over here and I'm like, uh. So I don't know. I was like, I don't even know how to approach my apostle with this dream that I had because it's just crazy. And he called me up there to prophesy to me. He said, the devil wants you to miss what God wants you to have. So what he's doing is sending decoys in, which he often does that, where he does that before you get to your real mate. So God was warning me that the fake person was gonna come in before my husband. So I didn't know it was gonna be this long, because it's been a long time. You know what I mean? So therein, I had a dream about that or whatever, and the Lord revealed to me like as if I was marrying the wrong person. So I got scared. I won't talk to nobody. Y'all, any man trying to talk to me, it was automatic rejection. Well, not rejection, but like no, no, because at that point I was just like, oh no, 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 no. I'm scared because the last thing I want to do is marry the wrong person, the wrong man. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh Lord, what am I gonna do? And how am I supposed to, why you show me that if you don't tell me now which star he said keep going in the direction you've been. What would you be afraid of? I showed you because I want you to get familiar with your prophetic gift to understand that these are the things you being able to see about yourself as well. That these roadblocks are things that you may run into that I'm showing you before you get there. You know what I mean? So when that came about, when I was just sharing with y'all about the young man, um, that I was gonna settle to marry because of ministry and stuff like that, and felt like that he had the potential that I could just look over the things that I didn't like about him. So it was a reality check for me. Why would you settle for something and you would be putting in a lifelong journey with this person that eventually you most likely gonna get tired of him because the things that you don't like about him gonna become really, you know what I mean? Which he did before it even got to that point. It was. And I saw how that made me more grateful to God that He didn't allow me to walk into that situation. Because had I been, guys, I don't think that I would have been able to. Whew, Jesus help me, God. Y'all have no idea. But the whole thing was a mess. Yeah, man. It lasted for a long time. But yes, it wouldn't have been a good thing. So when God showed me, if you take this opportunity, as far as the preaching was concerned and what He wanted me to do, He called me to do and stuff, and that I would have a spouse there to support me or whatever. When the lady called with the opportunity, I said no to the opportunity because God had showed me by me praying would that be a right decision, especially with him, Mr. Wondering Eye, Mr. Liar, you know what I mean? And I didn't want God to be one of those preachers bringing God to open shame and stuff like that. So that's what God said to me. Okay, Natalie, and I'm gonna let you out of this because I was scared that when they pronounced us in church, the pastor did what he did, and I was just like, after that, y'all, I went through. I had never felt something such as before. I was balled up in a knot, and I just knew. I just knew, and God said no. He didn't. He didn't accept that. If I was willing to make it work, God will honor the marriage between he and I. But the way that
it happened and all of that, and I'm not a liar. I can't fake nothing like what I'm living and all that kind of stuff. That is very hard for me. That's why I try to stay. I don't want to see nothing or know nothing when, people be getting in trouble and stuff like that. Because, like I said, you see how I was just, it's just not in me. It's not like I can't lie. Anybody can lie. But it's just not me. It's just, I have a problem with that. I can't, people falsify, people falsify documents, applications, and all that from sitting up there and they say you got a college education. Somebody say, girl, they ain't gonna check that. Just put that. I can't do that. I can't. It's gonna bother me. It's gonna. I can't do it. So many people don't understand me being transparent and being who I am because God did not give me that heart. I can't do that. If I do that, I feel like I'm lying to God, which I would be. You know what I mean? And the last thing I would ever want is for God to toss me out because of, or whatever. So anyway, that's down the line. Mental anguish and all that stuff that I had to go through. It's amazing that came out at the end the way that it did, that it arrived because, but I just was like, to protect what was, between me and my children and stuff like that. But nobody not know. But I was really embarrassed too because I was like, but he was like, why should you be embarrassed? They should be embarrassed. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'm very much so. If I'm thinking the man is looking on my page, I'm not going to release that, Lord. So I guess you see how God brought it out. You know what I mean? So, like I said, if it's my husband, I'm gonna know. Out of everything this whole time that if he's been watching the things that I put down and put out there, I did it for a reason. That I know if he come towards me, he would have to be the one. You hear what I mean? But I still got my eyes open. Don't believe that to make sure. You know what I mean? All right. However, finna back to let y'all go. Or whatever the case may be. I don't know. I think I explained everything. I'm not sure. I probably would have to listen back at the broadcast to make sure that I brought it out all evidently or whatever. But anyways, yeah, it's certain things and things that just don't sit right with me. And at this point, I see a lot of snakes. I see a lot of manipulation and other people taking from other people, scheming and stuff. And I just, ah, mm, I can't, I can't. I gotta wash myself and cleanse myself from that whole. I just can't. I can't be in the vicinity of this no more. I can't. I have to do what I started. So I told God, just give me the strength when I hit the ground, to hit the ground running, to go ahead, find another house, and make roundabouts to do whatever. I'm not waiting on no husband to begin my life again. No, none of that. He just gonna have to get in where he fit in at this point. There's no mantras to him or nothing like that. But I can't. I don't have it in me to wait on a man or for God to do what He says He's gonna do for another 5 years, 2 years, not even one. At this point, I'm over and done with it. And it's not because of that. It's just that at this point, I just and for God to shift me on a platform the way that He is, and I know it works like that sometimes, and that is when the person comes in or whatever. But I told God that because there's too many people. Fantasia Daddy brought it home as well. And what I saw when I saw that man propose to her, everything that I said, that it was a thing that came up under that, I could not believe it. I said, "You gotta be kidding me," because I was sitting there saying, "Tage, I'm so happy for you, and I'm hearing God tell me everything ain't what it looked like, y'all." I told y'all when he told me when she get married, right around the corner from that, you gonna end up getting married. Now that's what caught my attention about how long they had been married. I was like, gosh, this been a long time. Oh God. When he had showed me that, he showed me a vision some time ago when she was like right after American Idol. And I didn't know who she was, but I was rooting for her, whatever. And I knew there was a spiritual connection there because he started showing me certain things about Fantasia life, and he told me that she was gonna be bankrupt, that her mom and her brother was gonna be. I didn't even know she had a brother, y'all. I didn't even know she had a brother. I know something about her mama was a pastor or something like that. I didn't know. But nevertheless, God showed me or whatever. I didn't go public with a lot of things, but I wrote it down or whatever. All the things that he showed me came to pass. Even when it came up to her, it was something about her getting married in the black dress as well. I don't know. That was one of the first times I ever paid attention to that. But it was something that I seen on hers. Fantasia deserves something so far greater than what she settles for. And that is why y'all heard me on a broadcast before and ministering to Fantasia. I know her mama's a preacher and all that, but God don't stop there when it comes to getting what you, because you might not in some areas where your mama might not be. I had to experience that with my own kids or whatever. Um, and God will send a voice that you would be able to, you know, uh, hear or or whatever. And that's what I was saying. Just like I said with Megan Good and whatever, Cardi B. Look what's going on. Everything that I don't prophesy about these girls now. Same thing. Mary, uh, Leandra, Confirmation Johnson, what the Bulldagger lady, the brat, all that kind of stuff. All this stuff was hidden fan, honey. But I kept telling y'all, people better stop playing with God. It ain't no joke. And you study that thing about God don't play about you and all this stuff here and this modern day witchy music that y'all coming up with and stuff. You better stop playing with God. I'm telling you, this is the wrong time. Y'all better get it. Y'all better catch the message, the wave, or whatever you need to get, and hang on to God. Because I'm telling you, and it's not gonna get better. It's gonna get worse. People think it's a joke, but this is what God is doing. He's stripping them. He's taking them out and taking them down. I'm telling you, if they ain't being sick, dying, uh lawsuits taking their money out, bankrupt, these celebrities and stuff. And I don't know, just open up my social media. The people even he did tell me something. I thought it was it Al Sharpton or something, but it was Reverend, whatever his name was. And I was like, Lord have mercy, Jesus. I was sitting up here, I wasn't saying nothing to y'all, but it was a lot of things that God, and I was just like, I'm just gonna sit back. Even with Trump, there's something coming. I keep telling y'all, I keep telling you. Um, and I just have not, because a lot of people they try to steal off of here and they go to their platform where there's more people and they try to make it as if it's theirs. Y'all don't know, some people be fooling y'all with these prophecies and stuff. They get it from other people. And I've sat up here and literally watched this with people. And it's sad. It really is. So I learned how to guard and where they can't even get terrorists to pick it up, okay? Well, God shut it down. And that's what he said, even when it came to Trump. So God will have me to keep it close to my chest and reveal it. But just so I know that it's been put out there, I'll reveal it to my family members and people who know me personally like that, and that I know they can be trusted with the information for their well-being and stuff too. I don't bring everything that I see that God showed me and stuff like that to the internet. You may think, but no, I do not. And I be sitting with stuff for the longest. uh, Writing it down. He be giving me visions. I draw some of the stuff out. I sketch it out. Um, and sometimes and stuff. That's why I would take y'all and show y'all. No, this ain't got nothing to do with no tarot reading stuff. Um, and let y'all see in the course of the day as a prophet and how God used me. How do I get the messages from the Lord? And what you can verbally see to let you know this ain't necromancy, some switch it up, mooch and boo and stuff, and stuff like that. I don't have the patience for that stuff, anyways. I really don't. Um, and like I said, my conscience won't let me lie to people and manipulate people. If I wanted to reach the same level of whatever they do, I could do it. I could do it. I could be just deceiving. I could do
just and come up fast. Have people throwing thousands like y'all with Juanita Bynum and all that y'all be talking about. And God already told me by the time He had me call me for uh doing the end times for whatever He had showed me when it came to her. And then I thought that, like, okay, she got back and she's still going and whatever. He said, no, I only allow her, just like with Samson, to because there's voices out here. And I gotta say it, One Night Bottoms is one of the ones. She wore makeup and stilettos and all that stuff. Juanita Bottom like expensive stuff. But she still came out and said, and she called a lot of these rascals out. It's the same. See, that's the thing. Y'all do that, but and y'all try to snatch credit from people or who they are and stuff, even if they fall. David fell, and you sit up here and y'all use that, especially Kurt Franklin, to doomsday. Well, and Donna McKirkland's song, and we fall down, and we get up, and the just fall 7 times, and we can get it. Blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to somebody else, then everybody want to throw daggers and all that kind of stuff. That's not who I am. I say what God tells me to say, and if it's harsh or whatever the case may be, it's just what it is. So I don't sugarcoat it and pull nothing or whatever. It don't mean I don't love you, or any different or any less or any faith group or any of that. I don't I don't treat people like that. It's not in my heart to do so because I walk and live before God, and that's just the way I view it. I can't say for other people. That's just the way I live. And that kind of bothered me when I saw that with her father coming out and saying, because God, the daddy is not lying, what he said about Fantasia. That guy is literally, I saw it before when they first brought it out by him and her getting married that fast. He saw Fantasia as a come up. Fantasia have always dealt with that. And I made mention to her and I said it. I said it. And until the same thing with Megan Good, until they get that part of them, because Fantasia, she's like me. She has an innocence to her. And I know she's called by God. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that. Did she just go through things in life that she have to go through? I'm not no way saying that she ain't a woman of God. She's definitely a woman of God. And I'll come face to face with any of y'all and meet y'all at that and establish that. She is definitely one born of God. Definitely. Now you can take it like you want it and say what you want to say. It just done had a hard way, and her heart, just like mine, used to do. It gets the best of you when you want to see everybody doing good. She sacrificed a lot for her mom, for her brothers, for other people. She really have, and she get a bad flax a lot of times for her being a secular saint, whatever how y'all call it, singer and stuff like that. But she's really connected. Her heart is after God. You know what I mean? And she did. She have tried, dude. She got the rights to her stuff and stuff. And I'm really proud of her. I am. But I just wish that I just would pray and hope that she would, the way she was looking at him when he was talking to her, that's what I gauged and I discerned it. And it was overboard, even her response and her reaction. And I know as a woman that I've had somebody to, um, what you call it, when a man serenade me like that. And when it came from the heart, the response for me and, her being a singer and that being out and, she done had so much, going on when it comes to her name and stuff like that. Um, People not wanting to give her the respect that she deserves. You have to know and understand coming from the lines of her being a celebrity, and I respect the point that she wanted to show y'all. Not just that, because she did it out of the pureness that once I get the rights to my stuff, then I don't have to go with their wardrobe. I don't have to do what they say. I can do it this way. So also she's still well fitting stuff, which she is married and she is an entertainer. You know what I mean? But now she puts things over. She
far as what I seen. Now, if y'all see anything different, I don't know. I don't follow celebrities. I don't get into their stuff. You know what I mean? Same thing with Jennifer Lopez and all of them. I just know the things that God revealed to me and He said, and only they can bear witness of whether it's true or whether it's false. But God don't tell me no lies. Whenever He said it, just like that, and that's the God heavy truth. And anybody around me will tell you that I don't just speak just to be speaking and talking and trying to be known. If I want to do that, like I said, if I wanted to pimp my gift and do what everybody else doing, people, celebrities, and all that, to be throwing money out, but I did not choose that route. That's what He mean by many are called, few are chosen. I chose a way that many people would not want to travel. Everything that I just said, y'all, how many of y'all would have took that as well as I did? How many of y'all wanted to go would want to go through that and know what that is to feel that from your children, your own mama, and stuff like that? Many of y'all. That's why I say you talking about this, you're gonna take a hell of a swap to be able to walk in these shoes, baby. And even with a spouse or whatever, I would laugh in somebody's face, this and that or whatever. Because anybody who came behind me that I dated, baby, them sisters had a challenge, honey. They may have been giving up the goods on every level or whatever, doing what they was doing. But baby, they never met a match after me. And that's the God honest truth. Ain't nobody I dated came up with a female after me that was better than me. Just period. That treated them like I did. Not one. Not one. And I stand before with all humbleness and tell you that not one. Not one. Not at all. And God, when they left or I got rid of them, when I tell you, them brothers met some women who everything that made them wish they had a stayed put, made them, oh, baby. But you know, a man have to try to keep his pride and his ego, baby. A couple of them had to revert back and tell me the truth. They messed up. But I told you, I'm very simple. And if a man mess up with me, he really messed up. Because I really don't require or ask much. I'm not a high maintenance woman. It seems that way. It comes off that way. But I'm not. I value even the more of me taking care of myself than anything. I will show him love and appreciation for whatever he do and all of that, showing his love for me because he might be. People have different ways of showing love to what a person means to them. You know what I mean? Um, I'm a gift giver, um, but I am more of than just buying a lot of stuff. I'm more of I rather show you. You know what I mean? I don't have to prove nothing, but I rather show the person that I love them and not just material things and sex. You see what I mean? So, well, I learned very early that I was a hard something to compete with. So they found themselves in competition, not me. And I thought it was stupid. I thought it was silly because I never gave them that, you know. But anyway, everybody have to grow up. You know, everybody have to. It is what it is. But with the celebrities and the things that are going on, I told y'all God said judgment was coming down through there. The rappers, the celebrities, people who have been on. I told you a lot of older pillars are going to pass away as we see the Reverend, whatever his name, whatever just passed, and all of that stuff. And it's going to be a foundation that just a few of us going at this whole end time era that we're in to make a stamp in what God has called us to do. With many have went back out into the world and all of these things that are happening and going on because it's definitely sudden destruction
and all the things that's going on. We ain't never seen so much stuff like this in our lives. You know what I mean? That don't mean that that's the end of the world. He says it's the beginning of birth came. So none of us know when God is coming back or whatever. So I just pray that God allow me to hold on. Um, not just for my family and stuff, but for myself. You know what I mean? And to be able to see within this generation and what God called me to do, to be able to accomplish that He sent me to do. That I see people healed, delivered, and set free, that they believe it in God again. I'm not saying that they have to go sit up in church every day and stuff like that. I'm not saying that. I want people to know God, that when they leave here, that they're able to see God, that they are able to receive all the things that He promised us. Amen. So I say the same thing as the way I live my life, because I would hate to have been, you know what I mean, been through all of this in life, and that's a waste, bro. Like crazy. That's crazy. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. I feel like if I have to force people or man or whatever, if I have to manipulate them or deceive them to get something out of them, to me it's not worth it. And I shouldn't be with them people, or you know what I mean? So people see things because they have their own individuality. And for me, it's okay. I can't tell you what to believe. I can't tell you. All I can do is set the standard, like God said, and share what God says, and hopes. Well, not just hope, but knowing that God will redeem whom He will, because He said, let whosoever will come. We're not, as the church, and nobody else to dictate who gonna be saved and who can't be saved. That's why you be seeing me going off on them terrorists. So you can't tell nobody who God gonna judge just because they preaching the gospel in the way that you don't want to live. But they preaching the truth. That's what He looking at. That's the thing. And it don't matter how old you are. 8 year olds. Oh, that's you. Okay. Um, that don't mean that somebody got to, let God. He said one planet, one water, and it's God that give the increase. Allow God to do the washing in these people's lives. I don't preach condemnation. I preach you the truth, but I don't preach condemnation. Amen. And only God can do that if He chooses to. Which that's not the message, because He set grace there as a gift that people don't have to, but it's still their choice. He does not force it upon people. It's their choice. So in all that to say, I mean, you just have to go at it from that angle and give people the decency to be who they are and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But that's just sharing my heart with y'all and telling y'all, and it's this that's like really deep, especially sharing with my kids, because I don't share anything about my kids with nobody. Especially on social media. They're telling you I'm tired, y'all. I've been up all night since. Well, I don't know if you want to say all night, but I think I went to sleep for a brief minute and I woke up like I think 10, between 10 and 11. I've been up ever since. Ever since. And I was like, Lord have mercy, Jesus. Now the daybreak already. And I'm still sitting here on this thing here. I gotta get off of here. But anyway, I enjoyed talking to y'all and everything. And I hopefully I answered your questions. And I also gave you some things to think about. It's the whole thing to get to your thoughts that it provokes you to see yourself in a different light, to see God in a different light, and what He called us to do and asking us to do. And it's not as hard as what it seems. It's just about you as a person and developing as a person and what you want to do. If you do all pick up all these things, affirmations and all that, you might as well follow out what God says. It's just that easy. Really, He does not require it. It's just the way you perceive it and what you have come to as rejecting certain things because of certain things with the world, with church, and all of that kind of stuff.
But you guys, that stuff is senseless for me. Nothing's worth my salvation and my relationship with God. It really not. It's really not. If you told me stop talking about divination or any of that today, I would, and that wouldn't bother me anyway because I don't like talking about it. You know what I mean? um, but all of that stuff, that's the hardest part for me right now with the ministry and stuff. That whole have to mention witchcraft and card readings and stuff like it still has not set in uh for me because like I said, I've never been accustomed to it. It's almost like it was just sprung on me. You know what I mean? So for me, it's unbefitting. It's still not, you know. And I some things that I hear and I see and being taught, I, oh, I understand that it's a wicked world, but some stuff, y'all, I just can't in my mind to see the evil, the things people do and harm people and babies and all that. I don't know. It's just what it is. I don't know. But since so y'all always been able to the newcomers and everybody, the new family, I call everybody family here, that come along that you know a little bit about me, and everything like that. I think I did prophesy here and there. Um, but right now I'm just famished. And I need to go in here and try to get something in my system. And hopefully, I think I fixed myself yesterday the best coffee ever. I actually, usually if I fix coffee, y'all, I tried it because I don't know, for some reason, the only thing energy drinks and stuff don't help me. But I don't know what it is about McDonald's frappes. If I drink a frappe, y'all, it's like my little grandson running around here. I mean, it gives me a juke. I just take off. And I don't know, but I'm not a coffee drinker. I'm not an avid coffee drinker, and like that. I really didn't like stuff like that. But I was telling my moms that, and I went in there and I messed around and fixed me a cup or whatever, and I was like, yeah, I think I did fix too much in this cup. But baby, when that thing hit my stomach, cause I needed something hot on my stomach, let me tell you, and I literally, cause I thought I was gonna have to go and eat. That's another thing about me and coffee. I know I'm really doing something to y'all, like talking about that. I'll go in there and wherever I be, honey, where I have coffee, and I'll go to the microwave and reheat that coffee. That's how long it take me to drink a cup of coffee, a small cup. I will reheat it 3 or 4 times before I can finish that coffee. Sit it in the refrigerator, reheat it the next day. It's bad. I know I just got on some of y'all coffee drinkers' nerve, right? Like, what is it? Why we can pay refrigerator for? What you think we're here about for? But yeah, and that's why I said for me to have a spouse and stuff, he probably would just like, I'm not gonna even deal with that. I just laugh, just cause. But yeah, that's me all day long. If you with sodas, I think I drink a lot of sodas, but my daughter started saying that too. And I was like, no. The whole thing is either I was sneaking them to her children, being Nana, sneaking them to her children, and all they wasn't stealing. And I had to tell my son that too. I said, son, I'm gonna show you something. You think I be drinking all the sodas? Look at it cook. And then I had the what's that hot and cold thing, the tumbler thing. Yeah, y'all be having my daughter when I first got the Texas hat. I love that thing. I love that thing. And I put my ice and stuff in there because I can't drink a all out soda just like people just drink the soda at the bottom. My mom, oh my God, she can't. She's so used to that from back in the day. But I have to put ice in it to make it more. It's almost like watered down, whatever.
And a lot of people thinking I be really drinking a lot of sodas and stuff, but no. And it'll take me if I put it in that tumbler thing. So I've stopped actually putting my drink sodas in, and which I'm going towards completely again. I have stopped drinking sodas and tea because I used to have a thing with McDonald's tea too, child, and now I don't touch any of that. Um, and I stopped eating ice, and I can say that too. Um, I've done good in some things. So my main concentration now to for me to get this exercising and stuff like that. I'm still kind of not um kind of hard to explain. I don't know whether to say comfortable or what. I'm not right now, even to go out and get in my car and drive. I don't know what happened to me, y'all, but I'm not ready. You know what I mean? I've been avoiding getting in my car. I've been avoiding driving. I don't know. I can't explain it to y'all. It's something I don't know. And I know I'm gonna have to force myself to do it. But all the intentions that I had and stuff like that, and it's like right now, it's just I don't know what to say. But it's like weird. I've never felt that before. I've never felt that before. But I don't know. And I sat there yesterday in the car and I was just like, "Meh." And Aunt said, "What you want me to do? You want me to jump on the car?" And I was like, "No, My mom was ready. She said, "Well, I tell you, I'm need you." She was ready for me to hit the road. And I was just like, "Y'all don't understand. My body has to catch up. Everything, all that I've been through, nobody understood or knew what I've been through. And I've just been holding it. And it's just in my that's why I kept telling y'all how I was keep feeling so sleepy. My body was really struggling. All of that was on me. And it's like they just didn't care. They was just and whew. So I was like, oh, but I felt now I could release the air. And what I was planning on doing, like I said, I wanted to go by the water. I wanted to be able to just release everything. Just And God is just saying, Natalie, I just want you. I don't want you. And it's hard for me to hear that. He just keeps saying it. I do not want you to do anything. I just want you to recover. And he is literally saying this to me. And my mind is still saying, I got to be busy. I got to go. I got to go preach. I got to minister. I got to get online. I'm running 6 pages. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And God is study saying the whole time, all I wanted you to do is enjoy your family and relax. And this is what happened. You know what I mean? With all of that stuff that went on. And that's what disappointed me. But it wasn't all bad. I had fun with the girls. I had fun with the oldest girl. You see some of the birthdays the guy still ain't got the whole birthday thing up there yet. But I've been working on it. But each day I'm not giving myself the proper time to I don't know. I'm not giving myself the proper time to replenish because I'm continually updating this platform, preaching on this platform, preaching over here, and then over here, the broadcast over here. I can preach on TikTok, y'all, for 10 minutes. God, I can. And don't even finish out the whole 10 minutes. I don't know what y'all be doing over here, honey, but maybe y'all be coming to get it, okay? Y'all be here for it, okay? Because when I get over here, look how long we've been on these, and this is the second one. And I don't know for the life of me. And I've tried to go back to just pre-posting, and for some reason, this is the way. So I just let God have his way. But I be like, Lord Jesus, when I look and I see, oh my God, this thing's been over an hour or whatever, and I just be like, oh God. So anyway, I just going on about my little merry business, honey. I ain't never know I had so much wind to talk in my life. I ain't never talked this much in my life. So yeah, it's just
one big thing. That's why I just was asking y'all to just pray for me and keep me in your prayers. I know what it is. I know the enemy is fighting my family. I know that he does not want me to pursue, and what I know that I don't come out publicly and say of who I am. There's a lot of things that he don't, and he's did his darndest to stop me, but that devil got some work to do because I ain't stopping. Amen. I'm that warrior. I'm not stopping. Long as God put breath in my body and give me the able body and strength to do what I'm doing, I'm going to continue in the Lord. Amen. That is my desire, to please God and to make sure that my work is finished when I leave here. Amen. So I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about dying. I'm not worried about witchcraft. I'm not worried about none of that stuff. I'm just right now excited about what God is doing. And that's what God was telling me, even with a spouse. He said, Natalie, you need to start. I just want you to get excited about life again. I just want you to get excited. And that point, before I left, I was that way. But um, I want you to be excited about your spouse coming in. That is what the holdup is. That's what God is saying. He just want me to, and I think that's where I'm heading to, you know what I mean? I'm almost there. I'm almost there. It don't take that much in that department because that's not what my issues were. Um, but it's just the whole thing of, do I want to deal with it? Marriage. Yeah, at this point. So it's not about the husband. It's just at this point, with all that I have going on, all that God is about to have me doing, uh, and I would love to have that support of somebody. Like, I'm always around children and family members. To have a friend and a spouse would be something, a total game changer at this point, that understands my needs and understands what I endure in warfare and those things, and being able to hold me up. That he knows how to make me smile when I don't want to smile. You know what I mean? Just to see his face walking through the door. That's how simple I am when it comes to that. Not that I'm simple as far as don't know what my worth is, but I'm simple in that manner. If he brought me a cookie, it would brighten my day. That's just me. You know what I mean? Um, and I'm pretty sure he probably go above that, but I'm just saying, as for me, just to be able to, not even just like I'm talking to y'all, mostly he probably would have to pry it out of me, but generally for me would be probably just to lay my head on his chest. And if I need to cry, I can cry or not. Just knowing that he's there, that would make all the difference in the world. That knowing that God sent me somebody to be in my corner, that I don't have to fight with, that I don't have to keep going through these things. You know what I mean? So it's a very sensitive subject or whatever, but I don't want to prematurely go into anything and then, like, he thinks that he has to be my hero, or I'm a damsel in distress or something like that. I don't like stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's not that at all. This spiritual battle is just something that I had to come through. And maybe that's why it took so long, because God needed me to get through it on my own and not necessarily have a spouse there. Um, that on both our parts, you know what I mean? That strength for me would be there, and the independence, and you being at a place where you trust in God on another level. You know what I mean? So I won't say that part of having a spouse, that yeah, I would miss that at some point every now and then. But far as all the other stuff, nah. Wait a minute. No, I don't even. But sometimes, just because I don't talk to people, like I said, I don't talk to my friends, I don't talk to anyone. And when I have to, I talk to mommy, limitedly, limited, our baby girl. That's what hurt me about the second oldest, because she was the one that I thought. out of everybody, that when I went to her, that my secrets, well, now I don't have secrets, but what I said would stick with her and stay with her. And I felt like she angrily, bitterly projected whatever was going on with her at me as a missile. I became the target. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. You know what I mean? And sometimes you get tired of being the one having to take down in situations. And sometimes people think when you do that, that it's okay for them to do what they do. So that's why when people do that to me, God whoop their butt and quick. You see what I mean? So that's the whole thing. So those of you, that's why he used me in that way, because I know that it's hard for some of y'all, and it is. You can barely trust people to say what you ate yesterday. You know what I mean? They going to run and tell this and that or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't care what you tell about me, baby, because it's just it. Here it is right here. You know what I mean? I don't have nothing to hide from nobody. So there you have it. And that's what he told me to come on and share. I didn't even mean to stay on here this long to say all that or whatever the case may be, but I know whenever he tells me to share something, that it's always that is what somebody else needs, and stuff like that. And it's a lot. It's a big headache. It's a lot. It is a lot. But that's when you have to become selfless, because it's not about me. It's not about me. It is about me in a way, but it's not about me. It's about God. It's about um allowing him to use me in certain. So I'm not dumb to understand that it's not about me in a scenario. Yes, it is, but not like my focus. Oh, I gotta hide, and I gotta, and then this. No, honey. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. So my thing is being around people who always trying to get something out of you. You know what I mean? They always want something. They always trying to think they slick. They try to get something out of you and try to act like for themselves, and they this yada yada stuff. And I just be like, where they do that at? And if it's all that, give me my money back. You know what I mean? I could have been building my mansion or something with that right there. All this extra stuff y'all be doing out here. And that's the thing to me. Y'all out here living a lie. Y'all out here living something that you're not. You know what I mean? You out here doing all that, and I'm sitting up here, and people doing harsh damage to my name, and it ain't me, it's them. You know what I mean? So that's like, gosh, leave. Especially people nowadays, and I'm just like, this is why I'm not trying to make really like be making friends and stuff, because it's like, ooh, if this is what it's like in this day to be, I see Jesus get along, honey, get along or whatever. So I'm kind of skeptical about, but I know God is gonna bring new friendships and stuff like that or whatever, but. I don't know about y'all. I'm gonna open the comments one day and let y'all weigh in on what y'all think about that. How y'all feel about that right now? Do y'all just trust everybody? Have you found it in this last couple of years harder to trust family, friends, spouses, and things like that because of what's happened in the world and what's going on? Do you see like as far as friendships and things like that? And what have you learned in the last couple of years that caused you to transition and change your mindset? What have you established that you see that 5 years ago that you hadn't accomplished, or you hadn't quite arrived to this place that you're at now, that how you saw God bring you through the tough times and help you? How has God opened doors for you that you didn't even expect, that you didn't even think that it was? Some of y'all didn't even believe in miracles. I'm hearing God say, y'all didn't even believe certain things. You was thinking you was doing all these things on your own. And God has opened some of you up to understand that He was there all the time. Um, how have these testimonies that I've shared here helped you in a way that you've been able to see raising your kids or being your spouse, or
you know, your journey to becoming a better woman or man? How have some of these things helped you to be able to take self inventory and evaluate certain things about yourself and challenge yourself to change your mindset and change, through actions and the way that you, and I don't get much into the whole, I share a little bit of that on Bella Rose, and you can find that in the playlist that's on this channel, um, where I do post a little bit about fashion and modesty and certain things. All kind of things is still the same, but it's different than over here. Over there, it's more geared toward a fresher atmosphere where it's lighter, other than having to talk about this other stuff with the wickedness stuff or whatever. Every now and then I might share a little bit of something. It just depends on who on there. That's when God will release certain things. You know what I mean? But you can check that out if you want to. It's no big deal. I'm not nowhere for followers. I just share what God given me. He'll do what He needs to do for their cause followers and stuff like that. Um, there it is, confirmation. Um, what was I saying? What would you like to see? What would you like to know? Especially I'm right now preparing to come before y'all with the financial. I'm trying to see if I learn what it is to make it a members only private, because I don't even know how. I don't know, y'all. I don't know how YouTube works on that arena. And usually it's a shame. It well, not so much, but it's the oldest granddaughter, honey. She be on everything now. This is how you do this. This is how you. But I've been trying to make some things that way because some things shouldn't be spoken on a corporate level as far as everybody to hear. That it gives you the upper hand, but some things I cannot release to make sure and ensure my safety and certain things. But there's certain things that I have supposed to been delivered and been able to, for you to prepare yourselves for what's about to come, what's about to take place in our nation, in the Capitol Hill, um, with our president and all that stuff. Most definitely. Um, I just heard God say more sudden destruction and natural disasters. I just saw something flash before my eyes when he said that. So something about to take place. I don't know. It flashed, but I didn't get all the details. I heard what he said. Um, and if you give me anything more than that, I usually take and post it in the community board, so y'all will be prepared if it's a storm or whatever the case may be. And I'm challenging myself to even come out a little bit more, to show up a little bit more, because I value you guys and you showing up. And if you showed up for me this long, if you left and came back and I'm still here talking or whatever the case may be, that takes a lot, and I love you, and that shows me that you do care, whether you comment or not. You know what I mean? Um, so I thank you. I thank all of you, and I love you guys, and I value each and every one of you. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what race you are. I don't care what your background is. I don't care where you came from. You know what I mean? Except it's a testimony to bring all us up to a place where we can iron sharpeneth iron, that situation. That's what this platform is about. That we grow and we learn and we'll be able to conquer through this life. We ain't promised now another life, honey, besides the one eternal life when we get to heaven. But other than that, we need to deal with what's at hand, and that's the present. Amen. All that past life and all that, and we still ain't all time. Got time for that. Anyway, because what's the use of past life and breaking all that up when you still can't somehow manage?
And they tell you died in that life and they did this and then probably this life. They're gonna keep you from speaking. They're gonna do this and do that. Oh, please get out of my face. What mean? God said no weapon formed against you prosper. Anyway, because I don't want to start no whole nother thing, whatever. I'm just telling y'all, just something y'all just think about when y'all be hearing this stuff. It is, ooh, uh-uh, it made my skin crawl. Look, it just, and when I was talking to the young lady too, she was talking about some of that stuff too. She was telling me too that she believed her kids was reincarnated and stuff like that because they being able to see things that happen before they happen and whatever. That don't make you be reincarnated though. I mean, the prophetic gift is available to everybody, really, if you really know the truth about it, because we all did have the gift. It's just the ones who go out and they, like I said, about the talents and stuff, and they get to know who they are and know God, and He start using them. Why? Because they available vessels to be used. And people make things so complicated that are not complicated, like geez, peoples. It's really that simple. Like I don't get it. So or whatever. I just my mind be just to do what God called me to do. All the other stuff they can have it or whatever. But I just be wanting to help people to see this illusion and break through it because it really does. When it did a number on me when I did the whole tarot thing and stuff. It really did. It's a challenge mentally. It did a number on me. It really did. And I can't tell you no lie about it. Not speak against the people or whatever, but their practice, most definitely. And I've watched what it do to people life. It's one of the stuff that he had me to speak about is the things that I see. Like I told you, when it comes to my door, whatever, and stuff like that. That is just and it does. But you only gonna see what you allow yourself to see. 'Cause I can tell you the truth all day long. If you don't want to believe it, you're gonna keep on putting the wall up against it. You know what I mean? So, anyways, I love y'all, and I say a prayer. May the Lord add a blessing to the hearers of His word, and that He directs your path. Whatever you're asking God and standing in need of, I pray and come in agreement with you, your family, your loved ones, that the need is met. God said He'll supply all our needs according to His riches and His glories. May God open the doors that you need, those of you who need jobs, those of you who need a healing, those of you who know people that need a healing. We ask God to send His angels into the hospitals, into the cancer wards, into the respite, the all time centers where they send them. Yeah, I had to think about it. Where they send them to pass away or whatever. May the Lord open up to you the things that you're struggling with that you don't know to help you and guide you and lead you and teach you on how to overcome, on how to face these challenges head on, that we don't have to repeat cycles and continue to go through the same things. Amen. That whatever's hurting you, whatever has hurt you, whatever traumas you have, I believe God and I pray and touch Him through faith and agreement. He said, "In the prayer of faith shall what? Heal the sick." Amen. Um, so I send that word with you, whether your heart being broken, whether there's something going on with you in the spiritual or the natural, that God will release what you need and He provides on every end. Amen. Amen. I love you guys. Pray for me. Try to get some rest. I will see you guys later.